Hello, my name is Don Webby, Chairman of JamPro. Thanks for joining us on the second and final day of our Explore Do Business Jamaica Virtual Investment Conference. Today, we'll take a look at more of Jamaica's key economic sectors, highlighting several untapped investment opportunities and discuss future possibilities. I invite you to take full advantage of the information that will be shared. Please, feel free to engage with your fellow participants and the JamPro team by scheduling video meetings during the allotted times. At the end of today's conference, I know that you'll be ready to do business in Jamaica, and so I encourage you to reach out to JamPro's team, who are here to guide you every step of the way. Jamaica has so much to offer, and we look forward to working with you. Have a great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this year's staging of the Explore Do Business Jamaica Virtual Investment Conference, the perfect platform for local and international investors to be introduced to exciting business opportunities here in Jamaica. The broad range of prospects on offer reflects the Government of Jamaica's unwavering efforts to create an enabling environment for trade and investment and to build a resilient economy. Importantly, they also reflect efforts to forge strong partnerships between the public and private sectors, as well as between local and foreign investors. Among the key strategic sectors represented will be agribusiness, renewable energy, film and the creative industries, manufacturing, logistics and infrastructure, tourism, mining, and global digital services. To all interested industry leaders and business executives, I take this opportunity to remind you that Jamaica is ranked as the premier Caribbean destination for doing business, a ranking which owes much to the strategic approach taken by the Government of Jamaica. At the national level, we have created an enabling business environment by mobilizing investments in critical infrastructure while implementing a streamlined regulatory and incentives network. As you would be aware, the significant foreign investment mobilized in recent years to strengthen Jamaica's telecoms infrastructure has bolstered the competitiveness of our ICT and BPO sectors. This has paved the way for even more diverse and value-added foreign investment linkages across multiple sectors. Additionally, under our ambitious trade facilitation reform program and agenda, we've modernized trade legislation and strengthened the capacity of our border regulatory agencies. We have also implemented Jamaica's electronic single window for trade system, J-SWIFT. Similarly, the Jamaica Trade Information Portal has since 2019 allowed exporters and potential investors simplified and much more efficient access to all trade regulatory requirements on a single platform. More recently, the Jamaica Customs Agency also implemented the use of digital certificates of origin, further reducing bureaucratic red tape and internal barriers. These initiatives, coupled with the incentive structures put in place, including under Jamaica's Special Economic Zones regime, have contributed to the impressive improvement in our business environment. The Government of Jamaica has also moved to create an enabling environment at the regional and multilateral levels. We have sought to consolidate free trade agreements and preferential market access arrangements that can catalyze value-added manufacturing, export-led economic growth, and increased foreign investments. Among the notable agreements which provide for duty-free market access are the Caribbean Basin Initiative, linked to the Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act, facilitated by the United States of America, the Caribbean-Canada Trade Agreement, CARICOM free trade agreements concluded with a number of Latin American countries, as well as the CARIFORUM Economic Partnership Agreements with the European Union and the United Kingdom, respectively. As you'd be aware, the EU and UK EPAs in particular provide well-needed preferential access to important European markets comprised of over 500 million consumers. Both agreements also contain important investment provisions aimed at strengthening commercial ties, protecting investors, and providing greater predictability and transparency as it relates to market conditions in each region. Finally, the recently convened historic CARICOM Africa Summit, hosted by Kenya in September this year, promises to accelerate free trade between Caribbean countries and those on the African continent. Greater access to a market of approximately 1.38 billion consumers will further expand opportunities for investment and exports in Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a tiny snapshot of the elements on which so many leading multinational corporations, medium-sized companies, and even small enterprises are choosing to establish and expand business operations in Jamaica. In fact, we're pleased to note that some of these companies are engaged in a constant cycle of reinvestment and scaling up. So join us on this journey as we explore the exciting investment opportunities that will be presented at this year's Explore Do Business Jamaica Virtual Investment Conference. We look forward to seeing you online until we see you here.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever in the world you're joining us from. Hello, and welcome to day 2 of Explore Do Business Jamaica. It's JAMPRO's virtual investment conference. My name is Dwayne Berbick, and it's my absolute pleasure to be your host for today as I guide you through a series of interesting discussions, conversations, and of course, opportunities for investment that you, of course, do not want to miss. Now, if you think you know Jamaica, I'm asking you, please, think again, as over the next few hours, we'll dive waist deep into all you need to know about doing business in Jamaica. Because, of course, Jamaica is open for business, and we're providing you with this platform for you to learn more about Jamaican investment opportunities, see lucrative projects, and of course, during the conversation online, you can also build relationships and you can network and see how you can make Jamaica your place of choice for investment. As we did yesterday, day 2 will showcase emerging projects and new developments in agriculture, in mining, in energy, in logistics, tourism, and of course, the creative industries. I personally am looking forward to that discussion and see what is in store for you and for Brand Jamaica where that is concerned. Now, another big part of this conference is, of course, focusing on the recovery efforts from COVID-19. Those recovery efforts have already started. We'll be providing you with an update as to where we are and where you can expect Jamaica to be and the investment opportunities we are creating to ensure that we all come out on the other side of this pandemic stronger and, of course, together. The event is, of course, hosted by JAMPRO. JAMPRO is our chief promotion agency for export and doing business in Jamaica. And they have created this platform to make this all happen. And of course, we couldn't do it without our sponsors. We want to give them a quick shout out. We say thanks to the Foundations for Competitiveness and Growth Project, to the National Commercial Bank, to Mystique Integrated, M1 Productions, Grace, Appleton Estate, IBX, and so many more who would have contributed in time, energy, efforts, and resources to create this platform and to make these 2 days of interesting conversation and a whole lot of possibilities happen. Thanks so much for joining us. Of course, you can keep the conversation going online. You can reach out to us on all JAMPRO's social media platforms. And of course, our team members will be there to engage you further, to give you the guidance, to give you the information you need, to tell you what exactly is happening right now in Jamaica and how Jampro is here to help you, to guide you, and to direct you on your investment journey with Jamaica. Now, our first session for today is a fireside chat on tourism and this new world of tourism. What does it look like? A lot is happening in the industry. A lot has happened, especially over the last 2 years. And I'll send you over to that discussion now. And afterwards, be sure to join me for a chat with Carol Straw. She's manager for tourism at Jampro. And we'll delve a bit deeper into this new world of tourism. Do stay with us.
Hello and welcome to the Fireside Chat on the New World of Tourism as part of the Explore Do Business Jamaica Investment Conference. I'm Jeff Higley, president of the BHN Group since May 2019. I oversee global hotel investment conferences such as CRIS, OLA, ALICE, HICAP, and AOCAP, among others. Joining me on this discussion as we explore the new world of tourism is Boyan Kumar. Boyan is Vice President of Lodging Development for Marriott International and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel Company for the Caribbean and Latin America region. Boyan is responsible for hotel development of all Marriott brands in the Caribbean region. He brings over 15 years of experience within Marriott's hotel operations, corporate finance, and development organizations. We are pleased to have such an expert as Boyan to engage with us today. The devastating impact of COVID-19 on tourism is undeniable, but we are seeing major signs of recovery as air travel opens and cruise ships are once again leaving docks. There is a new world of tourism with more discerning travelers desirous of local and immersive experiences. We explore what that new world of tourism in Jamaica will look like and key areas for investment and business opportunities. So let's please welcome Boyan. Boyan, hello. How are you and how are things going? There's a lot of momentum and optimism in the air.
Doing very well. Hello, and thank you for having me. I'm actually pleased to participate on this conference. And you said it right, Jeff. We definitely see a lot of optimism lately. I would say since the beginning of this year, we have seen a strong recovery in the leisure market, especially in that luxury market, which surprisingly, beating all of the odds, was not impacted at all. We have seen these travelers, traveling. They found a way how to get to the destinations. They left those big cities, Northeast, that they were looking for unique experiences, but also they were looking for those second and third homes. We have seen actually a lot of demand from our brands in that luxury segment with the branded residential. As a matter of fact, 2020 and 2021 we had the record years from our mixed use group. They had great year, and luxury market with the branded residential was a big hit.
Well, certainly bodes well for the future. Let's turn our attention to the topic at hand, particularly how Jamaica is faring and what the expectations are. So what factors and features of Jamaica that led to Marriott choosing Jamaica as a destination for its properties and expansion plans?
Yeah, Jamaica is one of the top tourist destinations in the Caribbean, and we have been operating in Jamaica for quite some time. We're glad that we cover all of the major business and leisure destinations on the island, and definitely looking forward to expand our footprints in the resort markets even further. We're building a strong pipeline, and in Jamaica, and definitely we're here to stay.
What has been Marriott's experience in Jamaica? Let's take it from leading up to the pandemic, through the pandemic, and now coming out of the pandemic and looking ahead, as you said, with your pipeline.
Sure. As I mentioned, we love Jamaica because it is a popular tourist destination. And Jamaica is one of very few countries that has such a strong brand reputation, which attracts millions of visitors every year. We have a very good experience operating and franchising our brands in the country. Currently, we have 7 hotels in Jamaica. 2 are business hotels in Kingston, AC by Marriott and Courtyard by Marriott. And we have recently added 5 resorts into our Autograph Collection portfolio. And these hotels are located in Montego Bay and Negril. All these resorts are actually with our existing partners from Blue Diamond, and all of them are offering unique lifestyle experiences, and they are all carrying a Royalton name. Prior to the pandemic, we had 2 business hotels, and they were operating very, very well. We had actually one of the highest ADRs for both brands in the Caribbean region in Jamaica. The Courtyard is operated by us, by Marriott, and AC by Marriott is a franchise property. But both were operating very well. We have seen the impact during the pandemics, and both ADR and occupancy plummeted. But in a recent months, I would say in the last 6 to 7 months, the market started recovering, because also the business travelers again started to travel. They're not again at the level of the pre-pandemic, but we see that especially in the US market, where it's kind of reaching that level, we see that that's going to also happen in the Caribbean region, and specifically in Jamaica. And then the resorts, as I mentioned, the resorts are doing very well. During the pandemic, we've signed the agreement with the Blue Diamond and added 5 resorts into our portfolio in Jamaica, and really looking forward to expanding that portfolio, and obviously in the Jamaican market.
That's an interesting thing to have happen during a pandemic. Growing your portfolio in Jamaica. How would you characterize that experience in Jamaica, expanding the portfolio, and as you mentioned in your opening, the pipeline? How does that all come together as we move forward into post-pandemic stage?
Yeah, the resort market are actually quite important for us, Jamaica and other Caribbean islands, because as you think, we have traditionally have hotels in urban destinations, especially in North America. We have many hotels in the big markets, many hotels that are actually catering business travelers. So they all collect the points. We currently have over 150 million members that travel for business, collect the points. But then, when they look for the vacation, when they're looking for a redemption, the first thing is obviously look in the to the neighbors, and the neighbors are the Caribbean countries. And although we have been doing very well in the resort market in the Caribbean, we have never competed in the all-inclusive. We have launched our all-inclusive in 2019, and we have had significant growth since then. We have added hotels all over the Caribbean islands, which definitely helps our Bonvoy members to redeem their points. Now, finally, they have all-inclusive destinations. They have traditional EP destinations across the Caribbean to look for the redemption.
How does the all-inclusive footprint look like? What does it look like in Jamaica? And do you expect that to expand moving forward?
Yes, currently we have 5 hotels, and all of them are branded Royalton. And as I mentioned, they are in Montego Bay and Negril market, and definitely looking to expand further in Jamaica with our traditional brands, because we also have brands such as Marriott, such as Westin, such as luxury brands, Ritz-Carlton and W. And definitely we see potential in that upper upscale and luxury segment in Jamaica in the all-inclusive.
And do you expect that to be more of a franchise play or institutional investment? How do you look at that as far as expanding Jamaica's development footprint?
It depends on the partners, right? If we're looking at institutional partners, they are looking for us to manage. So we would manage these hotels. However, they are an existing partners and operators. They are actually approved by our company to operate all-inclusive hotels. And we are actually willing to consider a franchise as well. For example, the Royaltons, they're all franchise. So we have those 5 franchise hotels in Jamaica.
Let's drill down a little bit more on the pandemic and the impact that it has had on the specific products and locations and their performances. What about the client profile that you mentioned Bonvoy and the importance of that? How did the pandemic affect that for Marriott, and how do you think it's going to look over the next, let's say, 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, sure. So the pandemic severely impacted not only hotel companies, but the travel industry in general. And we have experienced hotel closures all over the region. But since I would say second part of the last year, we have slowly been rebuilding the RevPAR, and we're going through a recovery process still, especially in the resort markets, which, as I mentioned earlier, are doing very well. There is still a lag on the conventions, and we see that that's gonna still be behind. I would say we don't expect that to recover for another couple of years to fully recover, right? But again, the business travelers are there. They're traveling again. There are restrictions, but again, whoever wants to travel, they'll find a way. They are going to start preparing in advance, and we haven't seen any issues related to that. And as I mentioned, we definitely see more leisure travelers and people that are looking for unique vacation experiences. And our hotels in the resort destinations in the US and across the Caribbean are doing very well. We also see an increase in the, as I mentioned, in the business travelers, but due to some of the restrictions, we're still not in the level of 2019.
What about the impact of the measures implemented by the government of Jamaica in response to the pandemic? How did that impact Marriott, and how does that look going forward as well?
We have seen similar measures around the Caribbean and Latin America, so this is no news to any of us. However, the travelers who are planning to visit Jamaica or any other country will have to research the requirements related to COVID and prepare well in advance for their trips. This is, again, not just specific to Jamaica. We have seen it across the region. I have been traveling for, I would say, 6 months now. And yes, I have to dedicate a bit more time to research, to go to the government's website and see what is required for me to enter the country. Test, for example, COVID test, I would have to make an appointment here in Miami, do the test, and then obviously plan accordingly. So again, it does impact, but for the people that are willing to travel, they want to travel either for leisure or business, there is a way to do it. They just have to dedicate a bit more time.
It's a brave new world out there going forward, right? With all of the things that we have to do to travel anywhere. So when we're looking at that, how would you describe, or what do you believe Jamaica should be doing to help improve the country's profile as a tourist destination and to attract more tourist investment and therefore hotel investment?
Jamaica should continue to invest in promotion and especially emphasize the safety of the destination. Also, I see the potential in the luxury segment because that segment was impacted the least during the pandemic. Investing obviously in the infrastructure and providing sufficient and significant government incentives would definitely help the investors. And we can only see that that if government can implement those, that will strengthen Jamaica's position as a safe and favored investment destination, because Jamaica does compete with other destinations within the Caribbean, and always need to think about what the others are doing and what can we do differently to position ourselves, actually Jamaica, to position itself above the other destinations.
Boyan, when we were strictly talking about the new world of tourism as it relates to Jamaica, is there anything that we didn't discuss that you would like to add?
As I mentioned at the beginning, I think I definitely see a potential in the luxury segment. As of right now, Jamaica does not have a true luxury product in the luxury, I would say, the Ritz-Carlton, St. Regis type of properties. We have been looking for the properties. We have identified some of the properties. We're negotiating the agreements. However, we hope that this actually could attract more investment because, again, these type of brands also are very lucrative for the developers because they could actually add the branded residential, which we have seen in the past 2 years have been doing very well. So I would actually encourage developers to consider these investments, because we know that certain destinations within Jamaica can yield high ADR and can justify this amount of investment.
Very good. We look forward to seeing that develop over the next few years, as well as your pipeline that's already in place. So, Boyan Kumar, VP of International Development for Marriott, thanks for joining us today. It's been a pleasure catching up.
Thank you very much.
So that was our first session for today, a fireside chat on the new world of tourism. And of course, quite an interesting testimonial there, or case study, story, brand story, whatever you want to term it, from Marriott. Some key takeaways from me from that conversation. Not quite yet at 2019 pre-pandemic levels in their recovery, but their two Jamaican businesses are doing pretty well. And the thoughts, the ideas, the plans to expand even further, that's quite warming and quite interesting to know. And of course, speaking there on the power of Jamaica and Jamaica's strong brand reputation, that it's something other hoteliers, other businesses who have that interest should, of course, tap into. Speaking of tapping into, let's tap into the new world of tourism a little bit more with Carol Straw, Manager for Tourism here at Jampro. Hi, Carol.
Hi, Dwayne. How are you?
I am well, and how are you?
I'm doing fine.
Thanks very much for joining me for this conversation. So,
Okay.
the new world of tourism. The tourism sector is one that is always evolving, it's changing, it's pretty dynamic. We hear of wellness tourism, edutourism, ecotourism. What is the new world of tourism looking like from your standpoint where Jamaica is concerned?
I think the new world of tourism is a mix of all of these, right? There will always be persons who are interested in the traditional product as we know it, but a new point of view is emerging. Coming out of the pandemic, people are more concerned about health. People are more concerned about the environment, nature, and how nature impacts on their health. And these are things now that has to be taken into consideration when developing the product.
And in speaking about developing that product, you say it's a mixture of everything.
Yes.
And it's what the new clientele for tourism they're looking forward to. How positioned are we to ensure that we diversify our local tourism product so that we remain an investor of choice for persons who want to tap into Jamaica?
I think that we are very, very well positioned. Jamaica has a natural beauty that is outstanding. So, for example, even from the perspective of wellness, wellness now, one has to look at wellness from the point of view of incorporating it more completely into the product. So, yes, most hotels will have a spa or a fitness center, but now when you go into that product, you should be able to feel that wellness experience from the minute you step into the hotel. That is where the trends are going, right? Secondly, because of the pandemic and all the social distancing and rules and regulations that one has had to follow, people are not looking for crowded situations right now. So even products such that are nature-based have a good opportunity for development at this time. This is literally their moment to rise and shine.
And what I hear from you is that we need to kind of repackage a little bit. So we're repackaging sun, sea, and sun, but we're also making it personal. So individuals feel that level of personal attention based on these new and emerging tourism needs.
Yes, sun, sea, and sun with a little bit of lemongrass tea.
I love that. I hope you have some for me after this. But speaking of the pandemic, it's been a rough 2 years for the sector, no doubt. What has been the kind of impact from your standpoint that COVID-19 has had on tourism interests in Jamaica?
Well, I have survived quite a few, aging myself, but I've survived quite a few, disasters, so to speak. And the one thing that rings through is that tourism is resilient, So we have had, of course, like everybody else in the world, a fall off in the arrivals in tourism. Jobs have been lost, or shall we say, parked for a moment, so to
Right.
speak. But the fact of the matter is that when you go through these situations, you realize just how integral and how wide and vast the impact of tourism is on the rest of the economy. Because when one thing happens, it has a ripple effect through the entire economy. And I would venture to say it's not just a case of being tourism dependent as an economy, but even in some of our major markets where tourism has fallen, it has also impacted the rest of the economy, although there are other industries going around. So the good thing, though, is that we acted quickly as a country. You know, the government moved quickly. They established a resilient corridor and answered the big question that's in the mind of consumers, which is, you know, what will happen to my health if I visit your country? So here it is now, a safe lane, so to speak, has been created that will allow the tourism industry to reopen and start to thrive again. And of course, it's no secret that there's a lot of pent-up demand for travel,
Right.
globally, I would say.
Right. So Jamaica acted. We created this resilient corridor. I like what you call it, the safe lane
Yes.
for doing business and inviting tourists back to Jamaica.
Right.
What, from your standpoint, has that looked like? Are we beginning to see the tide turning a little? Seeing air travel pick up and cruise arrivals, starting to come again, and that sort of interest?
Yes, well, the minister would have spoken to some of these things. For example, in 2020, our arrivals stood, in 2019, we were at 4.2 million in arrivals. In 2020, because of the pandemic, we went down to 1.3 million at the end of the year. And that was primarily because a lot of our source markets also were closing to deal with the ravages of the pandemic. And now there's an indication that by the end of this year, 2021, we're looking at about 1.8.
Oh.
And frankly, I think that's a little modest. I think it might be even more, because the good thing for us from an investment standpoint is that we didn't lose investor interest, right? None of the investments left us, right? They have been moving probably at a slower pace,
Right.
and all the time we're still fielding new interest. So what this tells us is that the interest in Jamaica is still very strong, and also the promise of what Jamaica can do for your business is very strong.
Right. And in terms of opportunities in a post-COVID environment, do you think we will be seeing some new ones, some emerging ones, things that we never even considered before that, being in this period has allowed us to give pause to, and coming out will be that kind of innovation and new ways of doing business where tourism is concerned?
Certainly, and I think certainly from where I sit, I'm seeing some of it. For example, there's great interest in persons who want to do facilities for digital nomads, because that's a new group that has kind of
Yes.
emerged out of the pandemic. One thing the pandemic has taught us is that certainly it has emphasized the fact that with technology you can work from anywhere. You can sit on a beach and run your meeting anyway. You just put on a shirt and a tie.
Right.
So the fact that there's this growth in this group, so that's a new area. The fact that wellness now is taking front of stage, so to speak, will cause people to probably review what they're offering in their product and see how they can tweak that. And I think there's also an opportunity for more what I would call bespoke offerings. People are moving away from the crowd type offerings. People want offerings that are more tailored to their needs. So this bespoke development, so to speak, could take place in the form of the type of tours that you offer. So rather than having 100 people going out to go look at a plantation tour, you may tweak it and say, okay, let's do a wellness lunch or dinner in the plantation, and you have maybe 20 people.
Right.
Something, free advertisement for Stush in the Bush, but something like Stush in the Bush, right? But these are the kinds of things and tweaks that I think will develop and help to bring our product more to the forefront.
I like how you've been dishing out the good advice, Carol. A safe lane with bespoke, type of tailored tourism. But to wrap it up a little bit, tell me about the support that JAMPRO provides. That if an investor is out there listening, I want to do that, but I'm not sure just how to. What kind of support is available for them to, come on this path and enter into this safe lane with us?
All right. Well, our raison d'etre, right, our reason for being is to support the investor in any way possible. So we will provide the investor with whatever information they need. We will guide them through the approval process. We will go with them. We will help them to select sites. We'll present them with potential sites for consideration. We will help to clear bottlenecks in the system. And I can tell you, the system is improving, so the bottlenecks are getting fewer, right? We are here basically, we're like the silent partner to the investor. We hold your hand and we quietly take you through the stormy river.
Thanks very much, Carol. A silent partner with a very strong voice and with good help and pretty strong hands to guide you through your investment opportunities here in Jamaica. Carol Straw, Manager for Tourism at JAMPRO. Thanks very much for that conversation. And we move from tourism, we head over to logistics. Quite a natural transition, won't you think? Yes, our next fireside chat is on the topic of logistics and that critical link in the global supply chain. I'll send you over to that session. And of course, afterwards, we'll talk a little bit more with Don Gittins on what logistics in Jamaica is looking like. Do stay with us.
I think we see a bright future.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not sure if you are aware of it, but if you see the last, how we call it, movie, right? I'm talking about the James Bond movie.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know that it was filmed in a KFTL?
Yes.
On our terminal?
Yeah.
Okay, but the time is no time to die, right? No, it is not time to die, I can tell you. This is a time for a bright future. This is the time which we're looking forward to see the development and to see the changes. This is the right time. I strongly believe in it.
How does Jamaica compare with the other transshipment ports in the Americas and globally? How does the Kingston Container Terminal measure up?
Well, as I told you, the biggest disadvantage, because I will start with the disadvantage, is a lack of critical mass.
Yeah.
We don't have enough cargo for a vessel to come here just for the local market. So having known that, we don't have this anchor, which will keep our client with us. So we have to look around and we have to find one. So what we compare? I mean, there are two issues in it. If we compare to how the normal transshipment port does, it's not a big difference. Right? We all, as a transshipment hub, we all moving containers from one vessel to another vessel in a certain sense. There is no big difference. Practically, okay, a few are better and others not so good. But that's it. But we still move the containers. What is important for Jamaica, for example, for KFTL, we have one main client which has a majority. Even if we not directly belongs to them, but CMA CGM, it's our main client. And you will see around the globe that all big lines have their own hubs, and they run it, or they run by the subsidiary company, or with someone else, right? And this is a way to ensure that tomorrow and the next year and 5 years from now, or 20 years, that we would have at least our main clients here, because we are here that we are selling more than 12 major global lines in Kingston. So we have some support, right? But it's also important that we have support, so special one like CMA CGM. So this I'm not sure I did answer your question directly. If not, just ask more. But the point is that we are here, and the transshipment business will grow because globalization in the world, it goes in such a direction, and we see it. That's why we have all those congestions. That this cargo flow will constantly grow. We like it or we don't, because not everybody likes globalization, but it's a fact of life. Now, these vessels are getting bigger and bigger. They cannot afford to go from here to, I don't know, Montego Bay, for example, right? Because it doesn't make sense. So we big hubs, and we are big hubs, we would be those central. So we will be those guys on a highway, 2, 3, 5 highways around the globe, and then the smaller ones, we call all the stuff. So today, with such a production, they have a problem. So we have to all adopt to the effect of the situation which we have, COVID, and this kind of uncertainty in the logistic chain.
Your outlook for the future is positive, eh?
Well, we grow. We see, even with all these problems which we have, you name it, vessels are not on time and all the time, we have our volume growth. It will not be kind of an explosion, but I strongly believe it's gradual growth there. And then after 2, 3 years, I think even we will see much more bigger growth. So I'm very positive. I'm really looking forward.
You have specific plans for 3 years from now?
Yes, we do. I told you, I want to be number one. And I hope that in 3 years from now, we will have another conversation, and then I will tell you, yes, we did it.
Let me ask you, number one, who would be number two?
A good question. I'm not. Well,
let's look at it. We have Panama, SPRC, Cartagena, and Kingston, right? These are the biggest in the Caribbean, right?
No, don't forget about the Cruzeiro, Dominican Republic. Don't forget about the Dominican Republic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, because Cartagena has a huge local market, huge, and it's a lot. So I'm not sure if we will ever can beat them in a. It all depends, right? Again, because I'm looking slightly different. Now, United States and the opening of a canal, it's a little bit spoil our situation, because the bigger vessels are going direct to the East Coast, which before it didn't happen. They need the transshipment, right? Mm-hmm. So what we need to do is to do the added value business, meaning, logistic centers. Now, if you look now at it as a volume in TU, I don't know. But the point is that if you will take a business as such, taking, combining logistics and the TU and the port, well, there will be also this game will be like like it is always. One time one will be better, second time will be another one. So it's run faster than others.
Okay.
And you can do that, guys, because the Elaine Thompson proved example from a history of on the terminals when I was working. So I started my terminal career on Tanjung Palapas, the biggest port most probably now in the world, and the terminal. Now it is, 15 or 16 million TEU. When we were starting, Singapore was laughing. Hey, what you guys do? You will forget. After 3 years, they changed their mind because we took their biggest client. It was Evergreen all this time, and the Maersk. Okay. So terminals alone itself will do nothing. I will tell you another story. I was developing the visiting Gdańsk terminal in Gdańsk. When I came, there was 150,000 euros. Zero. Nobody have heard about it. Nobody knows what it is. When I was leaving, it was 1.6 million. Within 5 years. Why? We were good, that's true. But the government helped us a lot. Because the main point, it was the main Polish import was going to Germany for a very funny reason. VAT. VAT. VAT, value-added tax, right?
Yeah.
In Poland, you have to pay it upfront on this time. So the importer has to buy goods and pay the tax upfront. When you take this same goods via Germany, you had the 40 days to pay it back. So you bring the goods, you sell it, and then you send what the things were started. When the government changed the rule, right? Mm-hmm. That the payment of VAT was delayed by 1 month. Everything's changed, and we took back Polish cargo from a German port. That's why we are growing so fast. You know, and it was complete game changer. So it is possible. That's why why I mentioned, for example, I know that the government works now on the custom act, right? So it is important because, you know, the way how easy you can do the business and how fast you can turn the money around, it's important. And that's what we need to attract. And then we will attract foreign investment more and more and more. And, well, that's it. You know, and we will be living in a beautiful Jamaica, beautiful cities. It's fantastic. So, you know, by this COVID, I didn't have too much possibilities to go around the island. I still need to do that, but I'm waiting when this bloody curfew will be over and the COVID situation will ease. So I hope it will happen soon.
Listen, I so appreciate this interview. The discussion was good. I get a distinct sense that you're not just upbeat, but you're absolutely positive about what's going to happen as far as the post-COVID situation in the Caribbean is concerned. And I need to, first of all, to congratulate you on that spirit, but also to note that you seem to be making the right steps, and in the context of development, Jamaica needs to be making those steps now. We may be small, but our transshipment volume, containers leaving Jamaica, doesn't speak to our size, it speaks to our influence. And I think that's the bottom line, actually. How are we able, through efficiency and meeting expectations, how do we maintain our cutting edge? It seems to me that you're up to the task, you know, you have a very positive attitude. Anything you'd like to say before we close this session down?
No, I will tell you only one thing. Thank you, Jamaica. That's it.
I didn't get that.
I said, thank you, Jamaica. I love it to be here. And let's do it together.
Thanks so much for making yourself available. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
You know, it's the energy coming out of Kingston Freeport Terminal for me, quite a very energetic and vibrant and positive outlook for logistics coming out of Kingston Freeport Terminal through their CEO in that fireside chat just now. A small country, he says, Jamaica is, but uniquely positioned, and thereby our transshipment value is of great influence. Here with me to talk a little bit more about logistics, infrastructure, and more on Jamaica's uniquely positioned transshipment value is Don Gittins, Manager for Logistics, Energy, and Infrastructure at JAMPRO. Don, welcome.
Thank you, Dwayne, and welcome to you too as well.
Thanks very much. You would have heard the island's strategic geographic location makes logistics, infrastructure, big ticket items for Jamaica. Tell me a little bit about what's happening in those sectors.
Well, quite a lot has been happening. As you know, logistics is the movement of people, goods, and data. but let's stick on goods for now,
Right.
right? We did a concession where, as you would have heard, the KFTL, the CEO speaking just now, and that transaction was one where we gave the port to CMA CGM, which is a French company, third largest shipping company in the world. And that is a large investment that came in, upwards of 200 to 300 million. I cannot not speak about opportunities that we have, and one of the opportunities that I have to speak about at all times is the Cayman Special Economic Zone.
Right.
And the Cayman Special Economic Zone is a game changer for us if we can get it done. What it is, it's a greenfield project, over 200 acres of land on the south side of Caymanas, close to the port. And what we want to do is we want to put in warehousing and distribution in that area to just improve on what we have. So what has been happening? Upgrades in the port, upgrades in the airport, upgrades on the roads, and this is infrastructure. And we see private companies going into cold storage, going into warehousing, Kingston Wharves. And the Port Authority of Jamaica, they have a project that they're called the Kingston Freeport Project, Kingston Logistics Park. Got it. Kingston Logistics
Right on
Park,
the
people. Right on.
But I hear from you a lot of growth, a lot of expansion.
a lot of growth, a lot of
And I
expansion.
mean, looking globally, we're talking about $1 trillion industry, logistics. About 5 trillion in growth, the data says in the next
Yes.
2 years. About how much of that are we looking in Jamaica to, carve out for ourselves? Because that's good money that we need as it relates to investments
We
here.
want to carve out as much as we can. Even if we can get 1-2%, we will be more than happy. What I love about logistics, like you said, the energy, is the ecosystem that we have around logistics as well. And logistics looks at ship chandling, which is we providing goods and services for the ships that come here to Jamaica. We get about 4,000 ship calls in Jamaica, which is a significant amount of ships and it's because of where we are.
Right.
And apart from that, we do cruise. So we have about 6 to 7 cruise ships that home port here. When we say home port, that means that the cruise starts from Jamaica. So therefore, anyone who's taking that cruise has to fly to Jamaica and pick up this cruise from here and then go on their trip. So any ship that's coming here, they need water, they need essentials.
All kind of supplies, right.
Exactly. If we can provide that, that's an opportunity. Another opportunity is bunkering, which is fueling the ships. Right. And we have large players and local players here. West Indies Petroleum is one of them that does that business, Bunker One and some others, but we want to grow that business as well. Then there's maintenance and repair, right? So the ecosystem around it, we also have the largest training arm here as well. The ecosystem around logistics is great.
Tell me quickly though, Don,
Yes.
that 1 to 2% or
Yes.
above that we're trying to get out of this sector, what will it take for us to get that or even more, that 1 to 2%
That's
or even
what
more?
I was getting to that. The ecosystem.
Right.
So once we can put everything in place, it funnels from everywhere. So we've seen innovation where, and it's not really innovation per se, but it is something that we see happen in the world. It's happening here. The Advance Hub. And the Advance Hub is where companies, because we want to be closer, near shore to our companies,
Right.
because where we sit, we are near the eastern seaboard, which is about 800 million clients. And those clients have significant amount of players where they want to make sure that they can get their goods just in time. So what that means is that we have goods stationed here. They don't know when they're going to be asked for, but we have them here so that when we do get an order, it gets there in the shortest possible time. And that's because of the pandemic. People want to get things now, increase in the movement of goods, etc. So those kinds of innovative initiatives we see coming out. So as much as the 5 billion we want to get, 5 trillion, as much as we can get, we want.
And we're planning and we're positioning to
and
carve out that
absolutely.
as much as we can get.
Absolutely.
Don Gatons, manager for logistics, infrastructure, energy at Jampro. One thing I can say, the people in logistics, I'm full of energy. full of energy. Quite a great chat with you, Don. Thanks
All right,
very
thank
much.
you, Dwayne.
And from that, we head over to our feature. Still on logistics, we're looking at Kingston Freeport Terminal a little bit more. Their success story. Let's take a quick look.
I'm Jędrzej Mierzewski. I'm a CEO of Kingston Container Freeport Terminal. Well, we are transshipment mostly hub, so we do transshipment business. It means that containers are brought by big vessels. We call them mainliners. They are offloaded here and later on loaded back on a feeder vessel, which distributes them to the smaller ports. It's simplified process definitely, but it's mostly like that. Okay. Jamaica is number 6 if you are looking from, according to the World Bank, to the startup business, and it says the best business place to make a business in Caribbean. Problems which I had before in the different places, right? If you look on the map, we are in the center. We now have the center of everything. Anyone who goes northeast, southeast, or west-east, or whatever, it's have to come through the Jamaica. Outlook for a cave deal, it's perfect. You know that we had a movie here, No Time to Die, and we are not going to die. Definitely, we are going to rise and to become the best terminal in the area. That's our goal. Let's do business, Jamaica.
SMEs are the backbone of our economy, and we're here to help support them through these challenging times. Millions of dollars in funding is now available to SMEs at a special low rate of 6.5%. And businesses with little or no collateral can now obtain support through our various partnerships. At NCB, we
Investment Conference brought to you by JAMPRO. And before that, the success story of Kingston Freeport Terminal, one of our leaders in logistics. And we celebrate them for playing that critical role that they play here. Now, a good growth strategy must include innovation, and we have to look at businesses, products, systems, processes, services from time to time. Look at the different elements or components and see how we can make improvements to them. Well, that's at least my simple way of looking at innovation. But here with me to tell me more about innovation and innovation in investments is Vice President for Sales and Promotions at JAMPRO, Norman Nar.
Correct.
Thanks for joining. I got that right. Thanks for joining with me, Norman. So innovation, as I say, is a buzzword.
Yeah.
It's in vogue. Everybody using it now. It's usually associated with a kind of out-of-the-box thinking. Does the same apply when it comes to investment? What does innovation look like?
So absolutely, for innovation for us here at JAMPRO is about transformation and expansion. It's about working with investment projects that build on the strength of Jamaica and certainly identify new solutions. So where there's a need, whether locally or internationally, we try to meet that need with innovation in a sustainable way. So that's for us, innovation. One of the initiatives that we have embarked on internally is to work with a number of private equity firms, key government agencies like the UDC, in a way to aggressively identify projects that we can bring to the fore to help facilitate and promote. And through this effort, we have encountered a number of innovative projects, as we scan the landscape. So, if a number of these projects are half implemented, we are, full on our way to a great success in Jamaica. I'm indeed positive about that.
And where are these projects, and where is this innovation coming from heavily? If you could pinpoint probably a couple of sectors that are, showing, the biggest pulse where innovation is concerned, what would those be?
Yeah, so clearly what's happening around energy with the announcement of the IRP and the planned, energy mix. Certainly renewables, in the area of renewables for energy is one big area. When we look at other areas like, the area of the blue economy, ultimately expanding out to deep sea farming in a sustainable way, I might add. Right. Clearly the area of health and pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, leveraging cannabis and psilocybin mushroom. You've been hearing, about that, and that in itself presents opportunity. And of course, our global logistics, global global digital services sector,
Right.
under which we have software development and indeed the fintech services. And I cannot not say a key sector without mentioning the agriculture sector. There's vast amount of opportunities there, leveraging technology to change the landscape of agriculture in Jamaica. So I'm indeed excited by the offering, particularly in that sector.
I hear you. Agriculture, energy. I pick up from that this innovation is not limited in scope to any one or two particular sectors, but it's broad and it's wide. So from where you sit, tell me a little bit about some of those projects that JAMPRO has been involved in and are working to is working to bring to the fore.
Yeah. So one of the key projects that we're marketing also or promoting as part of this event is the Jamaica Bamboo Bioproduct initiative, which plans to set up the only dedicated bamboo market pulp mill in the Western Hemisphere right here in Jamaica.
Where in Jamaica
so
would that be located?
There are lands that are being mooted around. I don't want to give away too much because of confidentiality.
Sure.
But certainly lands have been identified and that is secured. The intention of this product is to the pulp is used in the manufacturing of paper, hygiene products, and straws, all the kind of environmentally sustainable goals, meeting those requirements. So, and indeed, the waste product of that process, also can be fed into the energy process as well. So that's a very important project that's happening here. And then just quickly, I want to mention the Climate Smart Agriculture Project. This project was announced by Prime Minister at COP26 recently. Right. And what is intended to be is a eco-industrial agriculture development on 500 acres of land. And it's scaling food production for not just Jamaica, but indeed Caribbean and elsewhere. It's estimated at about $345 million. And what it involves is the climate smart agriculture production systems, the hydroponic greenhouses, the aquaculture and aquaponics facility, regenerative agriculture and forestry, free-range egg farms and processing and packaging facility, and a food production center. So, all-encompassing, significant initiative that's intended to change the entire landscape around agriculture as we know it, and I'm certainly indeed excited by the opportunity that offers. There are others, and I don't want to not mention certainly the creative sector.
Right.
The creative sector where the SMC group has been partnered with the Endamani School, Endamani College of Visual and Performing Arts. Here we have a project that provides local talent for the SMC group, an international company, while investing in the development of our local talent. So that's another key project that is on the landscape.
And there's a common thread I'm hearing in those projects that you would have outlined, and that's sustainability. How important would you say is that pillar of sustainability coming on the heels of COP26? More than just talk, but how important would you say is sustainability as a driver to innovation?
So in the investment arena, sustainability is more than a buzzword. It's creating a growth opportunity for us. So, investments focusing on sustainability, there are special funding in that arena, again, coming out of COP26. And I think it's, for too long, we have, gone about investment and just focused entirely on the economics of it,
right,
and not recognizing what I call the triple bottom line, the people, the planet itself, and of course the profit. But I think it's very critical that as we build back better, coming out of COVID, that the investments that we seek and certainly push forward are sustainable in nature. And you're right. With all these investments, you hear me mention sustainability,
right,
which is more than a buzzword, but certainly an ethos that we're going about in supporting investments here in Jamaica.
innovation, not just innovation, but sustainable innovation. Lead to those three P's. Run them by me again. People.
The people, the planet, which is the environment,
Right.
and profit, of course.
And I like how you put them in that order. People, planet, the profit. Thanks very much, Norman Nar, Vice President for Sales and Promotions here at JAMPRO, talking a little bit about innovation and some of the projects where innovation in Jamaica is concerned. From innovation, we're moving over to a feature that we have lined up for you. It's one called Titans in Business. Here's Mitri Siaga.
We have our people, we have our language, we have our infrastructure. All of these things are key advantages that we have that other places that are taking advantage of some of the benefits that these countries have to offer do not have. My name is Mitri Siaga. I'm the co-managing director here at JFP, formerly Jamaica Fiberglass Products. And we are a contract furniture manufacturing company, and we manufacture furniture for the commercial sector, hotels, restaurants, etc. I started my business journey during a gap year between high school and university. So I went into my father's manufacturing business. He manufactured clothes, and it gave me my first foray into manufacturing, which I really loved. I like the concept of taking raw materials and turning them into finished products and actually seeing them on people. And it's the same with my current business, where I see furniture taken from raw materials and completed into finished products. Jamaica's business environment has improved significantly. Not to say that it's easy, but business is not easy anywhere. Business is difficult all over the world. Jamaica is no different, but we have made significant strides. Ease of doing business, in the ease of doing business report, we have improved significantly as a country. There are hurdles to cross, but we feel that with the support of the agencies like the JMEA and JAMPRO and others, that we're able to navigate them quite effectively. Jamaica's performance internationally, I think, is improving significantly. I'm very bullish on Jamaica. I think that we have a lot to offer. I think that there are many business opportunities in Jamaica that we have not taken advantage of. And one of them that I'll share with you is the Caribbean Basin Initiative, where we are able to, as manufacturers, export product into the United States free of duty. We have not exploited that well enough as a manufacturing community, and we need to get to work. We have our people, we have our language, we have our infrastructure. All of these things are key advantages that we have that other places that are taking advantage of some of the benefits that these countries have to offer do not have. Jamaica is located in the Americas, where Singapore is located in Asia. We have a significant advantage of location. We have 300 million people living in North America. Right next door, if you split, you reach America. We have 250 million people living in South America. If you split south, you reach South America. We have the ability to develop our country as a logistics-centered economy. We have the ability to have big name brands here in Jamaica, manufacturing, distributing, and adding value.
So that was Titans in Business Part 1, featuring Mitri Siaga. We have Part 2 lined up for you, but if you want to see that, you of course will have to stay with us here on Explore Jamaica Do Business Jamaica, our virtual investment conference. Of course, is coming to you through the kind courtesy of Jampro. Now, if you're investing in Jamaica, you have to also experience Jamaica, right? Kind of makes sense, don't? Experience the culture, experience the people, experience the food, and experience this particular quality about us, the rum. Here's Appleton Estate, and here are some other features of Jamaica that you, I'm sure, would want to experience.
In Jamaica, we're very serious about two things: living joyfully and striving for excellence. There are many examples of Jamaican excellence. Our athletes and musicians are some of the finest in the world. And, above all, Appleton Estate. Crafted with joy.
Hi, I'm Tammy.
And I'm Wayne.
And we're here at JWN Academy, where we just learned from our expert Sharman how to make 2 Appleton Estate cocktails for National Rum Day. We learned how to make Joy's cocktail.
And a brown sugar daiquiri.
And it's so much fun. We're going to just have a little face-off because, you know, I like competition.
Oh, you love competition. So.
And I love rum. So this is perfect. It's National Rum Day today, so let's just have some fun.
All right, let the games begin.
Yep, let the best Mitchell win. I like this one.
All right.
All right. You're moving fast, Wayne. Hold on.
The race is not for the swift, you know.
This is true. All right, hold on there. All right, that's not bad. I don't want him to hear me, you know. Did anything else go in this, Wayne? I can't remember. Oh, gosh. So we're just modeling. It's called model. Yes, you just model it, but you can't over-model it, you know. Because if you over-model it...
She try to throw me off with it. It's all right.
You model to a little puddle. That's it. Okay. Then we add... She's your father. Okay, here we go. Wayne, quite heavy-handed there on the old pour.
Just calm it down, calm it down, calm down.
All right. And then what goes in next? Right. I think it's just this. No, I'm gonna do a little ice.
Oh, trouble, man.
Don't follow me.
Remember, like say Sharman are watching, you know.
I know.
So any mistake, you know, snooze and you lose, you know.
She's a good teacher, though, I have to tell you.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Don't copy, you know. She a copy, you know.
There's also like a way that you stir. Spoon, the back of the spoon to the glass, and you just want to make it cool, right? You don't want to like stir from the center. And if you can stir with one hand, I think you should get extra points. And that is Joy's cocktail. That looks great, babe.
Oh, me look. Oh, me
it
look.
Looks really good.
I'm going to over the ginger ale coming on.
I like it. I like it.
You made the Appleton shine.
You did a lot of Appleton, though.
No. 45 and 15. Get it right.
Oh, you style me. I actually prefer yours. You got a sweeter orange. It is possible.
That one that dash or something.
Oh, shut up. It's orange. His orange is sweeter. Look at the color of his orange and look at the color of mine. It's true. He got the sweeter
excuses,
orange.
Excuses.
I think I'd like to put a little more orange in mine and then retaste. All All right, so now we're gonna make our brown sugar daiquiri.
Ready.
Yes. So, glass. And then we're gonna start with our Appleton Estate 8-year-old reserve, which I really love. I even put a dash of this.
I'm gonna start with my sugar.
I put a dash of this in my iced coffee, and honestly, it makes all the difference. You should try it.
Toops it up with the sugar, you see me?
Love it. Okay. There we go. Ah, this one smells so good too. We've been drinking this one a lot at home, and it's been good. So now I'm glad I know like a little thing to do with it.
Lime juice.
How much lime juice again? Oh, I remember. Wayne, this is, you don't have to go fast, you know.
I'm not trying to go fast.
I feel like you are.
No, I'm not.
Okay. And then a little sugar. And you know what? I have a feeling. Well, let me just be quiet. 1, 2. Why not? Let me just rinse this off.
Yo, that's something I have the 8-year-old at home.
Yeah, that's the one that we've been drinking.
It's lit. It's lit, people, I can tell you.
Yeah.
Trust
All right,
me.
what else goes in here? No
Many
bitters?
very nice.
No bitters, right?
No.
Okay, got it.
Wait, I tried the bitter down the thing.
I'm just making sure.
Don't do that, Tommy.
All right, hold on. Oh, it just, All right. Wayne, why are you making it be like a competition? I mean, like a race.
I am not racing, you know.
I feel like you're racing.
No.
You don't have to race.
I'm not racing. You tell me say a war, you know.
I feel like
and all is
you need
fair.
a little more sugar. I'm just gonna sprinkle
Touch on
a
the
little.
ice. My master blender tell me to be generous with the ice. And thing.
Hold on, babe. Wait on me.
Come
I'm
on, man.
scared.
Me taste no, man.
Hold on, wait.
Have a swag with it, Tommy. You know them bartender, they will have swag?
Yeah. Ooh. Oh no! I feel like you have a song for this.
Nice. Nice. You
Hold
see
on,
that
am
song?
I doing it the wrong way
You see
around?
it nice and frosty?
You're doing it the wrong way around. Be very careful. You're playing a dangerous game.
Ooh. Aso? Aso? Aso?
Yeah,
You just
man.
make sure I say it lock, you know,
Also-
so it a mix. And then we left it in our, we left it in this, or we
I'm
left
not
it
here
in
to
this?
tell you how to do it.
You see, no, True shall lead me now.
All right, watch me now. Watch me now. Oh, crikey. All right. All right.
Okay.
Don't watch me, Wayne, please.
Oh, shucks. No, I feel like real feel.
All right. And I want to pour with some style here. So, and if we did it right, you should have the perfect amount.
I don't feel already, but the drinks are taste good still. Technique was a little bit off, but I'm sure this cocktail is on point.
You're not done yet. And this, my friend, is what you call the brown sugar daiquiri. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see it?
People, you see how she stay?
Oh no, a little sugar looked like it didn't get dissolved. Oh boy, you think I should reshake it? No, okay. Looks good, Wayne. Put it on the mat. Here, let me
Calm
help
down,
you.
I just enjoy the look of
Here.
it. Just calm down, man. How we stay?
Brown sugar daiquiri. High five.
How we stay?
We stay good.
Boy, I miss out a whole entire step, but I saw the shrimps go.
You did good.
We
you
knew
did
to
good.
it. But it not going to throw off the taste, you know, because it's still there. You understand?
Well,
And the ice it drop out.
It's 8-year-old reserve. You
You
can't go
understand?
wrong. That's the truth.
See the real thing, yeah? And this are the master boy.
Barna could invite me. This never look too hard. Wayne, you know I'm normally team Wayne, you know, but trust me, Tommy look like she really and truly take this one.
Grown in the foothills of Jamaica, shared with the world, made with real love and passion, the gift of flavor that you love. We made real good jerk so you can make something great. Turn up the flavor with Grace Jerk Seasoning. Enjoy real Jamaican jerk.
Set for 2 minutes. Shrimp grilled and salt.
Andre Sewell. Welcome to Grace's Jerk Journeys. I'm Chef Andre Sewell. No fest, no mess, no mess. We'll be doing jerk chicken. I'll be serving it with an avocado and tomato salsa and festivals. What we're going to be starting off with today is a half of a chicken. We're going to rub it with the Grace powdered jerk seasoning. You don't need to use any salt when you're using this product. Now this is the wet version of the powdered seasoning. It's more intense, it's more flavorful, and it helps in tenderizing the meat as well. My first recollection of true jerk would have been, I don't know, early 20s at possibly Scotches. Here we are now preparing the festivals. The ingredients are pretty straightforward. Flour, cornmeal, sugar, baking powder, salt, water. You knead it into a dough, deep fry it. That's it. And there you have it. Authentic Jamaican jerk chicken. Once again, I'm your chef, Andre Sewell. Continue enjoying rocking flavors.
SMEs are the backbone of our economy, and we're here to help support them through these challenging times. Millions of dollars in funding is now available to SMEs at a special low rate of 6.5%. And businesses with little or no collateral can now obtain support through our various partnerships. At NCB, we believe that every viable business should be able to access the capital they need to adapt, innovate, and grow. Life has been interrupted, but your business plans don't have to be.
Are you ready for a new business adventure? JAMPRO is your gateway to Jamaica, your guide in your quest for growth. We'll connect you to the right people that will make your investment project a success. Looking for a location for your investment? We'll show you the right places for your project to flourish. Need help with getting the right approvals? We'll be right there with you to lead you through the business process. We'll give you customized information so that you can know what investment will be successful. And if you're a filmmaker, we'll register your project and work with you to make your creative dream a success. Your business success is our goal. Invest in Jamaica today. Come to JAMPRO and let's do business.
Let's do business indeed. So all morning that's been the conversation, how to do business in Jamaica. And we still have some more tips, some more areas, some more sectors to cover on where we are with doing business in Jamaica. And Jamaica, of course, is open for business. If you weren't sure, let me tell you. Let me set the record straight. We are open for business. Already you would have heard from the conversations this morning, you would have heard a little bit about tourism, how we've built that resilient corridor, how we have created that safe lane, and the opportunities now exist for investors to come in. And where you are already an investor, of course, you can expand and tailor your business into a more, I love the word that Carol used this morning, bespoke tourism opportunity and experience for your clientele. Of course, we also spoke about logistics, that big pillar, and where Jamaica is in the logistics industry, that we're uniquely positioned, and that makes our transshipment value pretty great. And we, of course, saw Kingston Freeport Terminal, their success story from the logistics sector, and the encouragement, the energy that's coming out of logistics, a $5 trillion industry. And if we get even 1% of that, Don Gittins, who was here with me earlier, said we'd be in pretty good shape if we even get a cut out of that. And of course, we spoke as well about innovation, all the projects that are happening and all the opportunities there. And we have more to tell you about projects and about how JAMPRO can guide you on your investment journey. So do stay with us. Explore Do Business Jamaica, our virtual investment conference, continues. Thank you so much for exploring Jamaica with us. Explore Do Business, our virtual investment conference, brought to you by JAMPRO. We're on and we're live. Now, Jamaica continues to be a leading destination for outsourcing in the Caribbean because, of course, of Jamaica's location, our talent pool, and this great business-friendly environment that we have. And with the implementation of many sector development measures, including services skills projects, upskilling thousands of Jamaica in thousands of Jamaicans in areas such as robotics, ICT. The country is up for progression towards higher value added outsourcing services. Here with me to talk a little bit about the global services sector is the program director, Marjorie Straw, here at JAMPRO. She's going to tell us a little bit about the Skills Project and other initiatives. Marjorie, welcome.
Thank you, Dwayne.
So, global services, we think automatically sometimes about business process outsourcing, but it's far more than that, isn't it?
Yes, it's actually a lot more. The global services sector comprises of not just BPO, business process outsourcing, but ITO, information technology outsourcing, and knowledge process outsourcing as well.
And can you describe a little bit about the various industries? Tell me a little bit more about those industries in GSS for short.
Sure. So with KPO, as we refer to knowledge process outsourcing, we think about areas such as legal process outsourcing. We think of shared services, project management, technical proposal writing, supporting large back office operations, for example. And with ITO, software development, programming, cybersecurity services. Really, there's a wide range of services that fall within these three umbrella subsegments.
And it's a timely conversation we're having. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Words such as remote work and all other types of phrases that speak to not defining an individual and defining work to a particular location anymore. Those are buzzwords right now. So what do you think is the outlook for that sector at this particular point, given where we are as a world?
Actually, very exciting. The global services sector was always a sector that was a bit ahead of its time because it responds to global trends and because many of the companies operating in Jamaica actually have Fortune 500 clients. What you find is that these firms and this sector has always had to be 1 or 2 steps ahead of the game.
That's right.
So when the pandemic occurred, I mean, it's no secret, I'm pretty sure it's been also mentioned during the course of this conference, that we rose to the challenge. The resilience of the sector was demonstrated, and in fact, we actually saw increased business.
Wow.
And I think that's testimony to the strength of the sector. And where the sector is going is to continue to grow. In fact, this is a sector that has a deliberate growth strategy. And it's an interesting dynamic because this is a sector that is heavily industry-led, and the Global Services Sector Project takes that pulse, takes that direction from the industry in all aspects of the program.
And you mentioned that deliberate growth strategy. Anything you can tell us about that?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So firstly, there is the recognition of their contribution to gross employment. Currently at an estimated 43,000. By March of next year, they will probably be at a little over 50,000 with an overall target of 70,000 gross employment by December 2023.
Wow.
In recognizing that there's this potential growth, there's a recognition as well by the sector that the talent pool has to be strong.
Right.
Most persons do not make that ready connection between foreign direct investment and the talent pool. But what the global services and through sector does, and we do it through an industry-led body called the Global Services Skills Council. Literally, and it's such an interesting experience, Dwayne, firms that sit around the table and make recommendations for all training initiatives to support and strengthen what we call the skills development framework, and consequently the workforce. Why, you might say, would an industry even take interest in doing this? Because in order to be ready, in order to be responsive to their clients' needs, remember we service many large clients globally.
Right.
And you can get a request where a client wants a talent pool in, say, medical subscription. What do? Well, they can come to the project. They can come to the GSS project and actually discuss that with us, and we can come up with programs to have, through the competitive fund framework, support to train.
And that ensures that the labor force that's being provided for global services is at all times competitive, sharp, and ready to do business. Is that right?
It's right. You're absolutely hitting the nail on the head. It's so important to have the talent pool, the workforce ready, and we're doing it in a dual approach. So not only is the industry taking a direct interest, influencing the training programs, responding to our different programs, such as our GSS apprenticeship program, where they recognize there was a need to move into the mid-level tier management and senior management, or doing what we call the short-term training to be responsive. The project also supports the workers and the workforce, encouraging them to have a culture of lifelong learning, encouraging them, showing them how to navigate the industry through tools and mechanisms such as our career pathway framework, where for the first time you have 4 tracks: ITO, BPO, KPO, and digital services. And imagine, you're curious about the industry, you're not sure how to navigate, you have your qualifications, but you don't know where to fit. Well, here comes the career pathway framework. You enter and register as a user. You can do your own self-assessment that points you to the pathway. You can look how to move horizontally or vertically and explore the different positions. And let's say after all of that, you're still having some questions, then our help desk feature will guide you to a direct contact with a career advisor to guide you through the industry. So that's what I mean about helping persons to navigate and understand the industry and the range of opportunities that the industry offers.
It sounds like you have all the bases covered, Marjorie, from training to creating the opportunities, upskilling, all of that. I believe that really takes a lot of partnership, though, because truly, and you would have mentioned one of the examples, the Global Services Skills Council, as one of those pillars of partnership that makes the sector so not just resilient, but responsive and competitive. How big is partnership to Global Services Skills, and what are some of the partnerships that currently exist?
It's really big. It's almost doing like I'd have to lean forward and tell you it's really big, right? And
I believe you.
JAMPRO is uniquely, JAMPRO has a strong reputation in engaging effectively with the private sector. And this is a strength that JAMPRO brings to the project in its role as the executing agency for this project. The partnership that the GSS project enjoys is a direct link between industry and government. And when we spoke about that deliberate strategy, that deliberate focus, it was as a result of that strong partnership where the government, believing in this industry, took this loan of $15 million to support that deliberate growth path that the industry said it wanted. And to reciprocate, the private sectors, the firms in the industry stepped up to what their role had to be, which was, okay, if we say you want to have a strong talent pool, if we say we want to position this industry for growth and to attract greater investments, then we are going to share this information more directly with you. We're going to tell you what we're seeing out there globally. We're going to share this information so you can develop programs. And believe me, next year is so exciting. I can hardly sit in my seat about where this sector is going. And I think that it continues to be a good example, not just for the GSS, but for other sectors, why it is important to have a strong private public sector partnership.
I love that. Not just taking care of yourselves, but in doing that, you're leaving a framework and a model that other industries can replicate like that quite a bit. And you speak of the future, the outlook, and you can hardly contain yourself, but contain yourself a little, Marjorie, but give me a peek into the future as to where is this sector going with all these plans, with all these frameworks, all this investment of money, all these partnerships. We're certainly not yet at our peak. So where is GSS going?
Well, we're not at our peak, but we're certainly heading in that direction very aggressively. This is still a young sector, only 10 years old.
Oh.
And look at what it's doing, contributing significantly to foreign direct investment, a significant contributor to the economy and to gross employment. Where are we going? You're going to see a stronger talent pool. You're going to see global campaigns that are going to make the world become aware that Jamaica is not just a strong nearshore destination for BPO, but a strong nearshore destination for higher value added segments. And we understand that there is a shift from offshore to nearshore. And I'm telling you, Jamaica is the place to do business for this sector. You're going to see a reduced concern about our skills force because they're going to be ready. They're going to be ready through all the programs that we're offering, the apprenticeship, the short-term certificate, the customized training programs to respond to investor needs, the talent hub that's going to have an interface between industry and persons going into higher value added segments, and a skills force that understands that there are viable career opportunities within the industry and so begin to aggressively or actively seek to be in the industry.
And if I want to be in the industry, if I want to be a part of this very bright outlook for GSS, I'm not sure where I fit in this whole value chain. I'm not sure where I should jump into the water if I'm an investor. Where do I go to get that kind of guidance and get that kind of roadmap as to how to position myself, whether I'm a worker looking to get into the labor market or I'm an investor looking to capitalize on these opportunities?
Sure, let me respond to both. So if you're an investor, Jampro. Jampro is our investment agency. They're your first stop. The Global Services Association of Jamaica is also an entity that can be engaged because they are the industry association for the global services sector. And the reason why you need to go to Jampro is because Jampro understands the global services sector project very well, understands how to package your needs as an investor and walk you through transitioning into Jamaica, moving your business operations, whether they're offshore, for all the compelling reasons why you need to consider Jamaica as your next nearshore destination. Jampro has it. They're ready to do business with you. And that's just a given. I'm sorry. Jampro has it hands down.
No, don't apologize. That's fine.
From an employee perspective, there are a number of things that are available to the employee. The first one is, and it's an important element to bears repeating, hashtag lifelong learning. We're telling you, the employee, we're telling you persons out there, you have options. There are things you can do to build, empower, enable, and give yourself options. And the part of what the project does is showing you how to do that. That's one. Two, follow us, on our social media platforms, because there are always new information out there about our different initiatives, like the Career Pathway Framework, as I mentioned. And if you're in the firms, we also have adopted a phrase, ask your employer. So you want to know about that apprenticeship program? Don't wait. Be assertive for what you know you're looking out for yourself and ask your employer. Ask your employer about the apprenticeship program. Ask your employer about the supervisory management training that's currently training some 800 and odd apprentices in the program. Ask your employer about the leadership and management executive program that's coming up, right? Ask your employer and be assertive about asking your employer, because that's the only way you're going to find out what are the options for you at the firm level. And when you ask your employer is compelled to respond.
Ask your employer. Your employer is compelled to respond. And hashtag lifelong learning. Marjorie Straw, Program Director for Global Services Sector here at Jampro. Quite a bit of I feel like I'm in the wrong field. I probably need to go over to join Marjorie in, global services. But quite a bit happening there. You want to be a part of it? Ask your employer and follow the hashtag online, of course.
And reach out for Jampro.
Long learning. And if you're an investor looking to get into the business, of course, ask Jampro reach out to them. I hope that conversation truly whet your appetite for what is going to happen in our next segment, and it's a global services panel discussion. The topic is Jamaica's nearshore opportunities. I'll send you over to that discussion right now.
Everyone, my name is Kirk Laughlin. I'll be your host today. Very happy to be part of the Do Business Jamaica virtual conference. It's always very, very exciting to be talking about Jamaica's trajectory in BPO services and global services in general. I'm the managing director of Nearshore Americas. I'm very pleased to be today with Mr. Yanni Epstein. Many of you know him. He's the founding chairman and CEO of the Caribbean's largest homegrown CX provider, ITEL. Yanni is considered to be one of the most influential executives across the entire nearshore region. He's known for keeping a close eye on creating a business of the future and having an impact that goes beyond profits. Prior to launching ITEL, Yanni developed and managed the worldwide contact center operations for Sandals Resorts International. Through his experience, Yanni could see the potential for the Caribbean to compete on a global scale. And in 2012, Yanni set out on his own to create a new breed of contact centers, which brings us today to ITEL. So with that, I'd like to now just welcome you, Yanni. How are things going lately?
Good, Kirk. How are you?
Very well.
Always great to see you.
You as well. You as well. The years are starting to pile up here. Yeah. So, just to kind of get caught up to the here and now, we've seen the COVID disruptions be pretty significant over the last, 18 months or so. Where do you think we are in terms of that pathway, and especially in terms of the resilience of Jamaica?
Cool. So, first of all, I think it's very notable to note that the government of Jamaica, in the height of the pandemic, when we saw, surges of cases happening in similar type BPO facilities, took a very hard decision at the time, which many of us were very concerned as to the outcome of that and what it would do for the industry on a whole, as to what the market would think about it. But I do believe that the collaboration that we had with all levels of central government, as well as private sector and Jampro and other areas of the public sector, and the Global Services Association, we were able to really put in place a set of protocols that, knock on wood, to this date have been very successful. And I think it is the move, in my opinion, that has further pushed Jamaica up, to the higher echelon of the choices of whether it be vendors or clients in this industry. I mean, we saw what happened in Asia and some of the other markets where things just got completely shut down with no sort of plan. But Jamaica took, we took a tough pill for the first couple of weeks, but we developed a concerted plan that I think has really benefited us in the short, medium, and even the long term, from a perception and what people have a perspective of Jamaica. So I want to just share that feather in the cap for the government and the collaboration between ourselves and them.
Excellent. So 2 quick points off of that. This collaboration piece does seem to be, at least from where we sit, to be pretty remarkable. The level of coordination, the level to be kind of on the same page with all these different actors. How much of it is that just the fact that it's, a relatively small population compared to the other markets? Or what are the other factors that make that collaboration so successful?
So, I think the fact that we are a much smaller market than many others plays a massive role, right? You have greater access to the decision makers of who are driving policy. So that plays a tremendous role. But I think it also, when you look at what generates our GDP, there is a certain level of understanding as to, how important the GSS BPO industry is for the country. So, it is something that has been developing from back in 2012 when I first started the business and you and I first started having interactions, that we saw that transition from it just being an industry operating to an industry that can, advocate and work with and communicate and collaborate with the public sector and the policymakers to make it successful.
Got it. And also, just as a follow-up to that, COVID has done all kinds of things to the BPO industry. Speaking at a very high level, nearshore has done extremely well. The pace of expansion of this industry is remarkable across the entire sector. But it's also forced a lot of rethinking about physical location, working with teams, and agility around all of that part of it. Both in part at ITEL and Jamaica in general. How would you see that transition, or the how decent a job did yourselves and the Jamaica BPO industry do in terms of adapting to these new circumstances, and going forward, how do you see that workplace of the future evolving?
Well, so the first thing from an adaptation perspective is the fact that, we went into like 80% plus work at home. So, adapting to that was a big part of our early days success. As we go back into some, more semblance of normality, I think, somewhere where we're back to 70% in center, 30% work at home, kind of flexible type of workplace scenario is really what is going to be the success for Jamaica and for the region, for that matter. I mean, let's face facts. Unfortunately, a lot of our residential IT infrastructure is not as sound as what you have in the US, for argument's sake. Many across America, you can get gigabit circuits to your house. You can get fiber to your house. We have not reached that level in Jamaica or many of the places in the region. So the fact is, in order for us to get, a more reliable source of internet for team members to work, is that you need to either be close to town centers or city centers in Jamaica and others in order for you to have a reliable internet. If not, we've got to have those people working in the office to be able to continue to support our customers. I think many customers kind of went through a period where it's all about just get people on the phones. We need to answer the phones. We don't have enough individuals, which I think that's what drove a big part of the explosion in Jamaica and in the nearshore region that you're referring to. And I think now that, that explosion continues, people are now saying, okay, well, we need to go back to meeting our KPIs. We need to go back to ensuring reliability within the infrastructure and the people that are providing services, which, in my opinion, Jamaica has done very well. I mean, in the height of the pandemic, we were at about 40,000 employees. We lost about 7,000 in the initial stages of it, and right now we're back up to 45,000 employees. So you've seen pre-2020 numbers surpassing what we were at ending 2019. As part of our reason for diversifying through the region. Jamaica is home. Jamaica is our single biggest market and biggest part of our business, and will always be. But diversifying through the region is really what has put us on the international stage, and also put us in greater competition with our competitors locally and in the region.
Sure. It occurred to me, Yanni, that we had discussions about work from home and your vision from work from home at least 3 or 4 years ago, right? Yeah. We had that conversation. So that just occurred to me, looking back on how you viewed work from home, a remote workforce type of things, and seeing what we just have gone through the last 18 months. Did it unfold the way you expected, and especially in terms of the ICT infrastructure? Has that always been the biggest concern you've had, or what issues did you expect that came to be, and what perhaps issues weren't such a big deal?
So yeah, I mean, it's going back to 2017 when we first started having conversations about work at home. A lot of it is what I expected. I mean, in the very beginning, we pushed a square peg into a round hole, and I had to kind of make it work because of, at that time it was, protecting our employees and their families and making sure that, we had safe working spaces, but there was social distancing to a very extreme point. So we had to make it work. But yeah, the expectations are somewhat, similar to what I thought was going to happen. And even from going back then, I was always of the opinion that it would be a percentage, not all of the workforce that would work from home, or even the vast majority. So I would say that for the most part, it has ended up, where I thought it would. The hardest thing I think that we have faced in the region with work at home is that level of engagement, that you have with your team members, as well as your team members have with their coworkers, that water cooler talk, that ability to, go downstairs in the lunchroom and kick back with your colleagues, or having lunch with your friends at work, or the different engagement things that we used to do as an organization in center, kind of switching to the model of purely work at home, or at that point, 80% work at home. It took some bit of a learning experience, even for us who had prior experience before.
You've been very intentional over the years about creating a, sort of unique, identifiable culture. And I don't know that I don't like to throw words around casually about culture. You have to see it and experience it. I have been to your centers. I do feel there's a unique imprint there. But again, what have you had to do as a CEO founder, and as part of that adaptability, to reinforce culture, to remind people of culture, to help them feel connected? Are there any specific things you felt like you needed to do in the way you run your organization?
Culture, is, like you say, is a big part of our organization. We do it, I'd like to think, a bit uniquely, as you have said, versus others. But I think a lot of that comes back to our Caribbean nature. It's one thing to invest and move into a country and set up an office, or set up a business, or even, whereas, when you're from the Caribbean and you are the founder and the leader of that, you're kind of instilling that culture, not only in your Jamaican offices, but in our case, in Bahamas, in St. Lucia, in Honduras, in Mexico, in Colombia, in the US and Canada. It's a culture that people love and want to understand more of worldwide. I mean, you think about what Bob Marley has done for Jamaica. You think about what Usain Bolt has done for Jamaica. You look at, food brands like Grace Kennedy, the hotel brands like Sandals. I mean, these are some of the largest brands individually or collectively in the world. And it's coming out of a little country like Jamaica. And I think we forget that has a level of power that we don't really, have a value to. But that's a big part of our uniquely different culture. It's just being Jamaican.
Mm-hmm. Let's shift gears a bit. One of my favorite topics always is how clients, obviously mostly U.S. clients, but not always. Certainly, we're seeing a lot more UK type clients appear from out of nowhere, I have to tell you, even in the last week. But in general, going back to those interesting days back in 2012 and now where we are today, what's on the minds of clients? Are they coming to the table when they start to talk with you? Do you sense that there's a greater appreciation, a greater curiosity? Do you still think there's a lot more learning they have to do about Jamaica? What's sort of the lay of the land there?
Sure. From a client perspective, as you know, Kirk, they all do their own due diligence on everything. The country that they're going into, the vendor that they're working with, the region. So they have a fair bit of understanding. I think, many years ago, Jamaica was misunderstood, or more so misknown. It was just unknown to people. And, as some of the larger international global companies coming in here kind of put that stamp of approval on Jamaica, it gave a sense of confidence and credence to it as a delivery destination. So I think people understand Jamaica these days, and I think they know what they're going to get out of Jamaica when they outsource work to a vendor there. But what I do see is, clients, especially with a company like ourselves, where they're spread across different countries, and similarly with our competitors, they're going where you suggest to them. All right, they then become more believable in you as their vendor and what you're suggesting to them. So we have a lot of clout from that perspective. What I see more and more happening now, even since through 2021 here, is our clients saying, how much more can you do for me in Jamaica? How much more can you do for me in another one of your geographies? Because we really want to spread our risk from the Asian markets in the nearshore market, not only because of what maybe took place through the pandemic, but people also really are over traveling 2 days, 3 days to get to their centers. And as more and more people are collectively starting up in this region, it's going to drive naturally more and more business to a country like Jamaica, especially because of the brand names that are operating here. I mean, you've got the likes of Sutherland and IBEX and VXI and Conduent and many others, Concentrics and Teleperformance that, as you know, are some of the largest in the world. And that brings a level of credence to the destination that, again, we don't truly value and understand.
And along those same lines, it often I like to remind people Jamaica is the third largest English-speaking country in the Western Hemisphere, and you've been it's been noticeable for you, Yanni, in terms of some of the locations of expansion have been native English. In terms of that native English element, how significant is that in those conversations with clients, and in terms of a lot of this business is about getting to the endpoint faster and more efficiently and at a incrementally higher performance levels. How much does that mean that the native English is there?
It's still a question that is asked on a day-to-day basis when you're talking to clients. They want to understand. They know reggae music. They know the culture just from it being out there, and they want to make sure that the language is clear. There's clarity in the discussion. But I think, what really sets Jamaica apart, and I can say this not only being Jamaican, but be operating in other geographies, is that our ability to develop rapport with a customer is tremendous. I mean, clients of ours that may have had a more scripted approach to their offering have dropped the script because the Jamaicans are able to really create a conversation with the customer, really make them feel comfortable, and essentially get the job done, not only in a more efficient, but in a more customer experience manner that it really helps their brands to be elevated because of operating here in Jamaica. So yes, English and the clarity of it is a big point, but I think also where we take an edge is that ability to develop rapport and to service the customers better.
So 1 second, excuse me, we're going to have to pause for a second.
Okay. The train?
That's it, yeah. So, sorry, hopefully the video editor doesn't mind making that cut. So about the clients, Yanni, in the English, in terms of policy direction, how much does that influence policy going forward? And I think in general, how does Jamaica keep its kind of leadership position to where it is today? And how does policy support that?
Sure. So, you have different levels of policy, and the policy that we operate under as a vendor is very different to the policy that a client is looking for. So I want to try and break it down into like two sections. So if you take the policy on the client side of things, they're looking at, does your country have the tools in place to continue to expand the workforce and the knowledge base of the individuals that will be working? They're looking at crime. What's the level of crime in your country? Can our security and risk department approve it? I mean, we had a client the other day that said to us, we can work with you in Montego Bay, but we can't work with you in Kingston. So these are all things that they're looking at on a regular basis. They're also looking at the stability of your democracy in your country, which Jamaica has an extremely stable democracy going predating independence in the 60s. They look at your technology infrastructure and how that comes into play within their mixes, and as well as facilities that you're operating out of is so it's that's one side of the policy. But when they make their decision and they say, well, we want to work with ITEL inside of Jamaica, the other side of the policy then comes with us as a vendor. So, that is where we operate under the special economic zone, and we have certain privileges from that perspective with regards to fiscal incentives. And therefore, we need to focus on those things to ensure that, operators can move very swiftly to set up, whether it be new facilities, expand additional existing facilities. Because when a client makes a decision, and what I've seen is, this year alone has just been insane from clients making decisions, that they move very, very quickly. And if you as a vendor can't make those decisions very quickly and move as quickly as they want you to move, you're going to potentially lose out on the business. And that's not only potentially Jamaica or me as a vendor, but Jamaica as a country, because I may be able to move faster in another country. The client is going to drive for that to happen because at the end of the day, they got to service their customers. We're in a highly competitive, global, almost commodity-driven market, and if we can't move at that pace of what the market is asking for, then Jamaica is going to miss out on it. And I think as it becomes more and more competitive, and people are transitioning more business to this region, it's going to be less about country and more about pace and how fast can you get me up and running. Because like I said earlier, these clients know where they're going, where they want to go, what countries are okayed, what countries are not. And then it comes down to pace of that vendor. And if that vendor can't move because of policy decisions or things in place. So not saying that we don't have that in Jamaica. I'm just saying it's something for the policymakers to continue to think about as they're making decisions that are right by the country, that we take these things into context, because it can either benefit us or hurt us.
And that reminds me, Yanni, you were one of the key partners in the creation of what's called the GSA now, but it was known as something else originally, right?
It was known as the BPIAJ, the Business Process Industry Association of Jamaica.
So what role does tell me what role an organization like that plays in reinforcing the need for that pace to be to move in a direction of frictionless support of your clients?
Sure. I mean, it plays a tremendous role, right? Because the power that it has behind it is, over 60 odd companies and over 45,000 employees these days, right? So it has a tremendous amount of clout. But more than the clout is it plays a tremendous role in ensuring that the policymakers are aware of these things, whether there are issues, whether something is working, whether there's something new coming out of another country. How can we pivot? How can we do better as a nation so that we can continue to capture that business as a country? So it plays a tremendous role, and not only from the policy side, but even from the perspective, as I mentioned before, on the employment side, is making sure that Jamaica continues to produce the strong talent that it has always produced. Which is, there is a big program right now called the Global Services Sector Project, which is a loan that was essentially taken from the Inter-American Development Bank that JAMPRO is running lead and point on it, but the GSAJ association is right there in line with JAMPRO to ensure that, we are continuing to have a large pool of skilled labor for the front line. We're upskilling our team members to become supervisors and managers and center directors, as well as, pivoting and transitioning to a more digitally driven services market. So, that's a huge thing as well on the policy that is a private public sector partnership that has been going for 3 years now. And it has 2 more years left before that project is over.
And a lot of times countries will declare we want to upskill, or we want to move up the value chain, and that's completely understandable. One of the parts of that conversation I sometimes think gets overlooked as current clients, many of them being very satisfied with their partners in various locations, will continue to ask their partners, can we do something with a bit more sophistication? Can you support the process we see envisioned, which means maybe more complex types of interactions and things like that? When you hear about those things from your clients, and then you reflect on what Jamaica is now and what it can be tomorrow, what helps you maintain that confidence? What insights do you have that the so-called labor pool, or maybe I may ask it another way, is the labor pool getting the kind of foundation necessary for so-called higher level skills, which oftentimes can be very niche and very subject to the unique characteristics of that client?
So, I think that we certainly have the skill set, right? I think the biggest issue that we have as a nation to really moving into different services is the scale aspect of things, right? So if you take software development, and you look at like what India has done, I mean, it is impossible. We cannot compete with India from a software development perspective. But like you said, is if we look at something that's very niche, and you take, not everybody wants 1,000 software developers. Somebody may want 10 or 15 software developers. And if we can take that niche market and expand on it and say, let's take our sector from 70% customer care and 30% other services to 60-40 or 55-45. That's a huge success, I think, as a country, if we can achieve that. If you look at one of the members in the association today with KPMG, who has built out a massive shared services unit of accountants that are doing various different services. I mean, it's untalked, but it's a huge success story for Jamaica to see what they have done. Because when you think KPMG, you just think auditors and in-house external accountants and tax and this and that. But to think that they've actually created a shared service unit that's providing accounting services for their clients all over the world is truly tremendous. And that is a success story for going up the value chain. If we can get more of those, and if we look at some of the other vendors in Jamaica that are in fact doing these types of services in other geographies and say, let's take a small team and test it out. Those are where we're going to start to see the transition and the pivot to a higher value market in Jamaica.
Fantastic. And it sounds like ITEL will be part of that expansion for years to come. Do you see yourself, Yanni? Are you only in the second or third inning in a very long journey ahead for ITEL?
Yeah, man. We're this year, June 22 will be 10 years old. And I think the fun is only just beginning. As we say, the sky is the limit. We have positioned ourselves as a Jamaican company that is now international, that seeing ourselves at the table with some of the biggest names in this industry more and more every day, as we expand our offerings and basically take Jamaicans to the region to show what we have to showcase. And so our plan is to continue to grow. We are just bucking on 5,000 employees as a company, and our goal is by 2025 to have over 10,000 employees in our organization. So, as I said before, the fun is only just beginning.
Fantastic. We'll be there to record that landmark moment, Yanni. I really appreciate your time today. As always, super insightful, and great to see you again.
Yeah, man. You as well, Kirk. And thanks for all that you do for our industry. Not only for Jamaica, but in the region. I know if we go back to, like I said, 2012, when, around the same time Nearshore Americas was really getting going and getting traction. And, just that aspect of being able to show what Jamaica can do and what the region can do on an international stage through your firm has really helped to propel many of us to success. So thank you for all the work that you do and have done for this industry.
You bet. Well, it wouldn't work without great partners. So we really appreciate that, Yanni.
Yeah,
great to see you. And I'm going to turn it back to the folks at the Do Business Jamaica Conference. Thanks, everyone.
Take care.
Are you ready to enter the future of work? We'll help you get there through the Global Services Sector Project. The GSS project is a 5-year project that will provide Jamaicans with access to training and better jobs in the digital services sector, namely in knowledge process outsourcing, information technology outsourcing, and business process outsourcing. This project will empower you with the knowledge you need to flourish in digital industries and beyond. Funded by the Inter-American Development Bank, the GSS project aims to move Jamaica to create new and higher valued jobs. The project will facilitate much needed skills training and will position the island as a leader in regional digital services. The opportunities are endless and your options are limitless. Get there with the GSS project. Your new future is waiting for you.
Did you know skills gap threatens the sustainability of businesses globally? In fact, many organizations and industries across the hemisphere are grappling to find and retain the right talent. Jamaica is no different. Our people are our strongest assets. And our global services sector is highly dependent upon a strong talent pool that can respond to client needs. Jamaica's global services industry has been characterized by unprecedented growth. Over the last decade, the number of operating firms have tripled and revenues doubled, with over 25,000 jobs generated in the period. But to continue to grow, it needs to constantly adapt. The service delivery models have changed, and firms are fast moving towards higher value services. As the industry grows, so do the demands and quality for skills. And so we must grow, evolve, and upskill. The government of Jamaica, in collaboration with the Inter-American Development Bank, has demonstrated commitment and support to champion industries such as Jamaica's global services sector via a competitive fund. The competitive fund enables firms to access best-in-class training for employees. It empowers them to lead the upskilling and reskilling process as they embrace change as a constant. This could be due to adoption of technology, changing market needs, or what we faced in 2020, a pandemic. Within the competitive fund, there are 3 modalities. Firms can access the GSS short-term certificate program, allowing employees to participate in 2 weeks up to 6 months training to bridge the gap between formal education and industry requirements. An effective human capital development tool that will help you train, gain, and retain your best assets whilst you scale your business. GSS firms can access funds and have the confidence of a strong talent pool to be responsive in meeting clients' demands in the short term. By partnering with a training provider that fully responds to your specific skills needs, you can present your training plan via our platform. Within as little as 14 business days, you could have a response to proceed to enhancing your talent pool. Take advantage of this co-funding opportunity to upskill and reskill your employees. What are you waiting on? Contact us today.
Good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today to welcome you to the inaugural staging of the Explore, Do Business Jamaica Virtual Investment Conference, being hosted by the Jamaica Promotions Corporation, JAMPRO, an agency of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. As the Minister with responsibility for industry, investment and commerce, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our international and local participants. Thank you for joining us as we seek to expand our promotional reach of investment and trade opportunities to key target groups locally and across the globe. In the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, JAMPRO was called upon to intensify its efforts to drive investment and trade in critical areas. In response, the agency has strengthened its facilitation services and policy advocacy role to ensure that existing, new, and potential investors in all sectors are supported by robust and aggressive actions and policies to drive business decisions and allow for fast implementation of investment projects and entry to new markets. I commend the Chairman Don Webby, President Diane Edwards, and the management and staff of JAMPRO for their sterling contribution and continued efforts, which aptly embody the spirit of our Jamaican people. Resilient and efficient even in the face of adversity. This Explore, Do Business Jamaica Virtual Investment Conference will create opportunities for investors and business executives alike to explore emerging business opportunities in key sectors of the Jamaican economy, while driving and enabling support for Jamaica's COVID-19 economic recovery effort. Over the next 48 hours, you can look forward to a virtual showcase of investment forums which will cover key sectors including business process outsourcing, agriculture, clean energy, tourism, the creative industries, manufacturing, and infrastructure. There are many reasons why you should invest in Jamaica, and this conference will familiarize you with many of them, including the fact that the Jamaican economy is the best investment climate in the Caribbean. Jamaica has developed a very strong business environment through the activities of the National Competitiveness Council, NCC, established in 2010, ensuring active and continuous improvements through implementation of the Business Environment Reform Agenda. Jamaica's investment regime is open and transparent. There are no foreign exchange controls, and we have zero restrictions on foreign ownership of assets and repatriation of profit. We have been recognized for having the top performing stock market globally in 2 instances. First in 2015 and again in 2018. Also, it is no secret that we boast a world-class tourism product. We currently benefit from 12 double taxation treaties, which include Canada, the United Kingdom, Spain, Germany, France, Sweden, etc., the most recent of which was signed with Dubai. Additionally, we have established a robust telecommunications and road network infrastructure. I challenge you to use this conference as an opportunity to do your part to rebuild our respective economies in a safe and resilient way to enable us to continue to grow and thrive, even in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, I commend you all in your respective capacities as investors, business stakeholders, and partners from diplomatic missions around the world for joining us and taking a step towards recovering stronger together. I encourage you all to use this conference to make fruitful business connections and to reach out to JAMPRO and my ministry for further assistance as the need arises. We look forward to further virtual engagements such as this one in the future, so that we can continue to facilitate and expand the promotional reach of investment and trade opportunities to key target groups locally and across the globe, as we continue to work to harness and create opportunities to overcome the challenges and recover faster and stronger together. Thank you.
Set for 2 minutes. Shrimp grilled and
I'm your chef, Andre Sewell. Welcome to Gracie's Journeys. I'm Chef Andre Sewell. No fest, no mess, no mess. We'll be doing jerk chicken. I'll be serving it with an avocado and tomato salsa and festivals. What we're going to be starting off with today is a half of a chicken. We're going to rub it with the Grace powdered jerk seasoning. You don't need to use any salt when you're using this product. Now this is the wet version of the powdered seasoning. It's more intense, it's more flavorful, and it helps in tenderizing the meat as well. My first recollection of true jerk would have been, I don't know, early 20s at possibly Scotches. Here we are now preparing the festivals. The ingredients are pretty straightforward: flour, cornmeal, sugar, baking powder, salt, water. You knead it into a dough, deep fry it. That's it. And there you have it, authentic Jamaican jerk chicken. Once again, I'm your chef, Andre Sowell. Continue enjoying rocking flavors.
My name is Yanni Epstein, and I'm the founding chairman and CEO for ITEL. ITEL has had a tremendous journey over the last 9 years, where we've grown from 7 employees to almost 5,000 employees and operating across 9 different countries. We started out, very small here in Montego Bay, and over the years we've grown into the US, into Canada, into the Bahamas, into St. Lucia, Guyana, Honduras. But it all started out of Jamaica, and it all started out powered and backed by Jamaicans. And today, many of our executives are still Jamaicans, and employees of ours that have been here from day one are still working with us and taking us to the next levels. As we always say, Jamaica is little but we Talawa. The highlight is, as I said, we're powered by Jamaicans. We're taking Jamaicans all over the world to show why we are the best at what we do. So that to me is a big highlight and proud moment being a Jamaican myself. So, as we've continued to grow and we've watched the market and see where the BPO industry is going, we always noted, pre-COVID-19 that people were transitioning business from Asia into the Latin America and Caribbean region. As we've continued to expand and we're looking at, post-COVID world, we want to continue to diversify ourselves. As I said, Jamaica is always home. We're always going to continue to invest most here, but we got to diversify through the region because there is so much business that potentially can come from the Asian markets that we want to continue to take in this like a Jamaican company to a much more international stage. Let's do business, Jamaica.
My name is Angela Rainford, the Managing Director of Ricamnia Frontier Ventures. We have just commissioned the largest solar plant in Jamaica. It is a $65 million and it is providing the cheapest source of electricity to the island. Energy is one of the most important sectors in Jamaica. To be honest, a lot of it as well comes from the government because they changed a policy in 2012 which allowed independent developers to put together renewable energy projects for the first time without needing to be part of a private-public partnership. JAMPRO was involved in helping us get those meetings and ensuring that, look, this is a project that we want to happen, is a project that should receive these incentives. And by making those phone calls, it really helps us as investors. I would definitely invest in Jamaica again. I think my investors are pleased with the results. And hopefully, more importantly to me, I hope the country is going to be pleased too.
Think you know Jamaica? Let's talk about Jamaica. Let's talk business. Let's talk opportunity, manpower, and stability. Let's talk infrastructure and location. Let's talk about manufacturing, agriculture, energy, logistics, business process outsourcing, and tourism. Let's talk about your business. Let's talk vision and growth. Let's talk success. Now you know Jamaica. Enough talk. Let's do business. Do business Jamaica.
My name is Vivalyn Downey Edwards. I'm a director of Freeform Factory Limited. My husband, Keith Edwards, is the other director and the chief executive officer. So Freeform Factory Limited started operations in 1992 as a manufacturer of mainly furniture. We supplied wood furniture of different forms, lovely modern style, light wood, to our sister company, which many people would know about, Curve Space Limited. And one of the main things that we did was the production of bean bags, which is still very popular today. But in 2001, we began to look more seriously into the business of expandable polystyrene and its various and sundry uses. And so we acquired more machinery and we began to produce EPS for use in construction. Well, Jamaica land we love. This is where we want to develop our people, develop ourselves. You have to be gritty. You have to be very determined. You have to be sort of, my husband loves the eagle. And he always says, today the eagle flies, and so do I. The eagle flies very high. It soars above the storms and the troubles, and it looks to the horizon. It flies really high. And I think doing business here requires you to have that kind of perseverance. If you do things in accordance with the rules and the regulations, particularly if you have to deal with places like customs, if you're in the habit of compliance, then they have programs to facilitate inspections, for example, of our containers on site to ensure that they're not held up at the port. So a container coming in can come straight to your factory. It stays locked, of course, and the inspectors come and they inspect it there, and that is a great facilitation when you have to import raw materials as we have to. So we have seen the trends, or we are getting recognition. Our client list is huge. It goes from hotels to regular homeowners to developers to commercial building operators, a whole host of people. And every day we are seeing new people coming in. They have heard about the product. And so we are very happy. We think that there is a very bright future for us, and we look forward to what that future holds. Let's do business, Jamaica.
Thank you for staying with us. We're still exploring Doing Business Jamaica. It's JAMPRO's virtual investment conference. And you would have just seen some of the success stories that has come out of this, the work of this promotions agency, JAMPRO that is. We heard from ITEL, we heard from Paradise Park, and you would have just seen the last feature there, Freeform. Some of those businesses that have weathered the tides, weathered the storms, and have truly, truly invested in Jamaica and are growing. So I'm sure you can imagine JAMPRO gets hundreds, thousands, whatever the number is, quite a few expressions of interest on an annual basis. So how do we decide what is a good project? How do we decide when to go into implementation, and having decided that, what's the process like? How is the hand holding? How does JAMPRO provide support to investors who are doing business in Jamaica through their projects? With me to share a little bit more on that is Gail Barrett. She's Project Implementation Manager at JAMPRO. Hi, Gail, and
Hi,
welcome.
Thank you very much.
So I have an interesting question. As I said, maybe it's at least interesting for me, but how do you determine or when do you know what's going to be a good project? What are those elements that you look for? Or let me personalize it. When you see a project, Gail, what makes you excited about it? That's it. Yeah, man, this one is it.
When I know that the investor is serious, he has everything is correct. He has secured his land. He has registered his company. He has secured financing, which is a major. And that is how I know that this project is going to happen. And he is actually here in Jamaica to see the process. If we have some foreign investors who arrive in Jamaica and they want to do everything from overseas. Right. But we do recommend that they have a local contact on the ground to assist them with specific things. So once we see certain things like that happening in place, then we know that they're serious.
And what if I haven't dotted all my I's and crossed all my T's just yet?
Then your project is not handed over to my department. It stays with the sector managers, depending on the sector.
Right.
Until it has reached certain capabilities to be handed over to me. We are the ones who get you up and running. The implementation, that's exactly who we are. We're there to assist you with any roadblocks that you may have with any government agencies to get the project operational in the shortest possible time.
And take me through that a little bit. What are some of the areas of support from your office that you provide to the potential investor, especially one that's not entirely au fait with doing business in Jamaica?
Sure. One of the major things is to communicate accurate and relevant information. Sometimes our government agencies may not provide all the information that an investor needs at one particular time. Right. And JAMPRO is here to ensure that that happens. We make sure that the investor has all the information. There's no going back, you brought this, but you need this. So, and that way, it is a smoother process for them to move ahead with their projects in the shortest possible time.
And what are some of those modalities that you would say an investor needs to bear in mind once the project has started? Because I know sometimes, there may be some anticipation and anxiety. How do you manage the expectation as you move through the project cycle?
The project, once a project is going to happen anywhere across Jamaica, it has to go through usually the local parish council first, and then on to NEPA, and then all the government agencies have to have a say as to what is, what it is, whether NWA, NEPA, even health ministry, and so on. So what it is that we have relationships with all government stakeholder agencies, and therefore once you're a JAMPRO client, at any time, we can call the agency to see exactly what is the status of your projects. Make sure that it's not, was misplaced on a desk and maybe all it needs is a signature to get it moving ahead. So we do the follow-up, the required follow-up and the monitoring of all our projects that we know that are handed over and are in the implementation process, and we stay with them until they become operational.
And I'm sure the flow of communication goes the other way too. So having received those updates, you keep those clients informed and manage the expectation as to where the project is.
You just hit on something that's very important. We are also here to manage an investor's expectations. We don't want them to think that everything will be approved within 1 week or 2 weeks. We keep them informed of the timelines that the government has, and if we can get it through much faster, which we do attempt to do, and we do strive to do that, then that is the way it is. But we manage the client's expectations at all times, because if you don't do that, then you'll have frustration.
Right, you're quite right. I'm not sure if you can tell me a little bit now about some of the projects that you're probably working on, or if you can't, maybe you can tell me some that are recently completed that we can look out for.
Well, Ocean Coral Spring, the H10 group, in Trelawney.
Right.
They opened
Nice
Ocean
hotel.
Coral Spring,
Yes.
was it last year? 2019.
Haven't been there yet, but I have plans to.
Yes. And then they had phase 2, which was their Eden, Ocean
Right.
Eden, which opens, official opening will be December 16th. So that's one project that we had for the past few years that we've been working on. So their phase 2 opens on December 16th with their adults only section. That's 957 rooms total, I believe it is. That's one tourism project that we're working on. We have others on stream, such as a lot of energy projects, infrastructure,
Right.
and a few other major tourism projects that are coming on. They were delayed actually due to COVID,
Right.
and different things happened. Some funding that was in place for one particular one had to be diverted due to COVID. Then it took time for that group to open up back their hotels, and now shortly by next year we should have good news with some more tourism developments going on in the St. Anne area.
Great. Looking out for that good news, Gail. So remember that name, remember this face, Gail Barrett, Project Implementation Manager here at JAMPRO. And she is the individual who holds your hand and guides your project through to completion. Thanks very much, Gail,
Thank you,
for
Glenn.
sharing with us. And now I'll hand you over to our friends at the British High Commission. They have a quick word for you.
Hello, my name is Judith Slater and I'm the new British High Commissioner to Jamaica, and I'm delighted to be here in support of this JAMPRO Trade and Investment Conference. Before coming out to Jamaica, I had 2 meetings with Lawrence Jones and his team in London. I was really impressed with their dynamic, professional and knowledgeable approach, and I'm really keen to work together even more than we have in the past. As High Commissioner to Jamaica, much of my focus here will be on how we continue to nurture strong trading partnerships between our 2 countries. I've spent a good chunk of my career helping UK-based businesses enter new markets across Europe and Asia, most recently in Turkey and prior to that in Singapore. And I've supported UK investors to make the right choices for growth. So I'm really keen to operate similarly to promote brand Jamaica to you, working with you all to enable you to successfully expand your businesses here. I've inherited a small but dedicated DIT, Department for International Trade, team in Kingston, who are part of a wider Caribbean and Latin America network, and who call on support from the UK as required. Their role is to help identify opportunities for trade and investment between the UK, Jamaica, and the wider Caribbean, as well as facilitating dialogue between the various stakeholders to encourage partnerships to be established. We also have a regional investment team who support local firms seeking growth by expanding into the UK, which you will know is a magnet for FDI, and in the case of Jamaica and the wider Caribbean, is encouraged by very large, vibrant and vocal diaspora populations in the UK. In the case of Jamaica, some 800,000 strong diaspora. As a result, people of Caribbean descent who have made their homes in the UK and Brits alike can enjoy and continue to support indigenous Jamaican brands which have a presence in the UK. That's why, for example, you can walk into Tesco, Sainsbury's or Waitrose and pick up a bottle of Grace jerk seasoning to spice up your meals. Have some authentic Jamaican food prepared for your Usain Bolt's Tracks and Records restaurant on Liverpool Street. Or, importantly, bank with Jamaica National while in the UK. I visited their headquarters in Brixton, run by Paulette Simpson, in August, and was very impressed with what I found. Our network of established UK investors, exporters and developers have extensive experience in a wide range of sectors, including but not limited to transport, infrastructure, energy, sustainable development, advanced engineering. We can help you to connect with people who have already travelled this road. We know you'll be keen to understand the enabling environment for investment, the legal system, the banking and taxation systems, the ability to engage in frictionless trade, amongst other elements. JAMPRO will explain this to you in today's conference in more detail. I can say that Jamaica is one of the easier markets in the Caribbean to start a business, and obviously has critical mass compared to many of the other smaller islands. The Jamaican financial services sector is vibrant and provides dedicated support for the production of goods and services. Large investors and MSMEs have fairly easy access to credit, through private lenders and government agencies such as the Development Bank. Targeted fiscal incentives represented by fair and clearly defined business tax obligations, trade and procurement rules, all contribute to Jamaica's positive investment climate. As both the UK and Jamaica seek to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic, the Economic Partnership Agreement, which came into effect between the UK and 14 CARIFORUM states at the start of this year, can help to stimulate that recovery as it supports the investment climate and private sector initiatives. The partnership agreement helps to provide certainty to exporters and investors, making it easier for people and businesses from our two regions to trade with each other. We see excellent growth potential in several sectors in Jamaica and encouraging UK companies to invest in sectors such as education, food and drink, fintech, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, technology, cybersecurity. Jamaican companies are confidently and actively seeking partnerships and joint venture opportunities with international businesses in order to keep up with the changing needs and demands for different goods and services. UK ICT firms such as Grove Information Systems continue to successfully partner with a wide cross-section of Jamaican firms in the food and drink, communications and financial sectors to bolster and safeguard Jamaican cyber capabilities. UK consultancy firm Mott MacDonald has played an integral role in supporting port development and other major infrastructure projects in Jamaica, not to mention the myriad of other UK firms who've chosen to invest in Jamaica, such as Ventrica, GSK, Ernst & Young, and Bamboo Bioproducts. We appreciate the support and opportunity provided to UK companies and investors here by the Special Economic Zone Authority, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Tax Administration Jamaica, and today's host, JAMPRO, who are a formidable force in international trade and investment promotion. So I want to wish you all a fruitful conference today. It's certainly an exciting time for those keen to be part of the Jamaican economic growth story. Thank you very much.
Now, a big part of JAMPRO's effectiveness as Jamaica's promotions agency is their reach. It's all about access to information, access to opportunities, but also access to JAMPRO itself. So how do they maintain this global reach? I can't tell you, but the gentleman beside me can. He's Nicholas Sutherland, Manager for New Market Development at JAMPRO. Hello, Nicholas.
Hi, Dwayne. Thank you for having me.
You're most welcome. How does JAMPRO maintain its global reach? I imagine there's somewhat of a network of offices, maybe spaces all across the world. Describe it for me.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for that question. Well, we have offices in New York and Toronto and in London. Mm-hmm. Those are our regional offices which deal with North America and Europe. And of course, there's my office, which is based here, but I cover Latin America, Asia, and non-traditional markets.
Mm-hmm. And how are you able to do that? I mean, Latin America, near enough.
Yes.
Asia, that's on the other half of the world, other side of the world. You know, how do you maintain that kind of reach? It is.
But a few times a year, we travel to strategic investment conferences and forums in China, especially, mostly in China.
Right.
I've been to Korea also. So we really pick and choose the ones which we believe will be most not only impactful, but relevant to Jamaica. And we go and we represent Jamaica and promote different aspects of our investment sectors over there.
And what do you use to determine that? That being what is relevant and what's going to have the necessary impact that you're looking for?
Well, some conferences are sector focused. So infrastructure, we know we're going to go in our briefcase with SEZs and talk about port logistics.
Right.
We have some which are focused around investing and doing business with Latin America. We usually participate in those conferences with IDB. So if we go with a wider portfolio of investment projects. So we look for those specific areas where we think not only would we have investors who are interested, but also where we have a unique value proposition to compete with.
And over the last 2 years, I would imagine there's not much traveling for you and your team. So how have you been able to maintain that level of reach, that level of connection? connectivityness, whatever the word is, connectivityness.
Well, we have fully embraced digital transformation.
Right.
We had started using webinars before this to reach out to different countries and different areas, but obviously the advent of COVID-19 obliged us to really fully embrace it. So we have been using that kind of digital interaction really to reach out to different stakeholders in different countries, and it's been an exciting space to operate in.
My next question was going to be, do you think that would have impacted or inhibit your effectiveness any at all, pivoting to a more impersonal, not face-to-face kind of reach?
Well, I think if it had been done in a vacuum, but I think we've been faced with a global pandemic where the new normal, as everyone says now, has become this. So we are really right there competing at the head of the pack, I should say, with all of the other countries and the way that companies are now engaging with each other. So we've embraced that. So it has not made us not able to compete. We actually are competing quite effectively.
Okay. And one of the activities that you would have seen come out in the more recent years, probably since this year actually, is your economic diplomacy program, a partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Thank you. Well, in January 2021, we officially launched our economic diplomacy program, which is a joint collaboration between JAMPRO and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And I emphasize officially because we've been working together hand in glove for quite a few years now, but we've formalized it. This partnership plays a very strategic role in advancing the government's economic growth agenda and attracting more investment and promoting trade. And what we're doing is we're utilizing the expertise of our diplomats who have boots on the ground in these countries to guide us on how should we engage with companies in Belgium versus the United States versus Japan. What are the different routes we should take? What sectors they believe are relevant, so they can highlight that renewable energy has a very strong interest in Japan, not so much mining. So we tailor our message based on their knowledge, and as diplomats and honorary consuls, they have the ability to open doors to stakeholders, investors, C-suite, high net worth persons that we would have a very difficult time getting in touch with. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful program, and we've really been working very closely with all our diplomatic missions and our honorary consuls.
And that's huge because, I mean, you can't necessarily physically be everywhere. So having this kind of presence through this kind of partnership, of course, bolsters your effectiveness in and probably would have even allowed you to enter into spaces that you probably would have waited, wanting to go into, but maybe for different reasons haven't been able to tap into just yet.
Yes, and there was something else that we did which was quite innovative. Again, working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, we decided to establish a cadre of honorary investment advisors. So we established this program early last year. And what it is that we pick very well-connected entrepreneurs and individuals, C-suite executives, CEOs, vice presidents of companies, who we have selected and asked them to represent Jamaica in terms of promoting investment into the country. So it's in its fledgling days, but however, we now have 5 honor investment advisors. One who is in India, one in Florida, Toronto, Japan, and I'm missing one. Florida, Toronto, Japan, India, Canada. Yeah.
I would have guessed Canada.
Yeah. Toronto specifically. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, because we're going to expand into other states and other countries. But these are all persons who want to help Jamaica. For the most part, they're of Jamaican descent, but they have very strategic positions and networks that they can help us get to the right types of stakeholders, the ultra high net worth individuals, Fortune 1000 companies. So it's just started, but we've already had some pretty interesting feedback from them, and we're looking to do much more going forward.
Working smart, not necessarily hard. And I was about to ask, out of that partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, early days in terms of it being made official, but what have been some of the successes or feedback coming out of that program, and what are some of the opportunities or the outlook generally that you're expecting?
Great question. One of the things I want to highlight first as a foundation is how You know, as Jamaicans, we adapt very quickly to
Yes.
circumstances. We're agile. And I think we've seen, as we've moved forward with economic diplomacy, where we've changed, the digital transformation is now what I like to call economic techplomacy, because we work so much online through Facebook, LinkedIn, and all
Right.
these other methods with our diplomatic personnel overseas or honorary consuls, setting up webinars with associations and all these things. It's really been a very, very interesting and impactful method of engagement. Now, success. This had led to conversations with BPO companies from India, facilitated through our newly established embassy in India, in Japan through our embassy over there and our honor investment advisor, in meetings with major conglomerates in manufacturing and logistics, BPOs out of Chile, who are looking at Jamaica, hospitality, and now this is 3 in 1, hospitality, wellness, and regional medical distribution out of the Dominican Republic, all done through our consuls, our honorary consuls, and even engaging with the embassies here in Jamaica to find out, where are their investors looking to invest and what they're looking for, and how can Jamaica better provide that sustainable platform. And we have a proven bankable solution for our sectors of interest. I think our track record speaks for itself.
I love that. And what are some of the other initiatives that we can look out for coming out of your office?
Okay, well, based on my portfolio, we're going to be implementing a lot more digital and virtual initiatives, which will be working with the honorary consuls to engage with sectors and associations, let's say the BPO Association of Atlanta,
Right.
the BPO Association in the Philippines, to see how we can create synergies and interest and drum up that interest in different areas, tourism, film and animation. We're also going to create more of these kind of bespoke interactions specific to even subsectors, let's say in the BPO industry, to people who are interested in translations, people who are doing finance and accounting. So we're really tailoring it. And it's going to see where we can build on a significant interest we have in various sectors from my region. So we're looking at some of the key countries: Colombia, Mexico, Dominican Republic, India, China, Philippines, really using our digital platforms, Facebook, Google Ads, LinkedIn. It's a bit, we've really learned to work that now, and it's been a huge, huge support to us to find out who are some of the relevant players, and then ask our honorary consuls, see if they can get in touch with them and open that door to sell Jamaica and why we are the best addressed for success.
I want to take it a little bit closer home. Latin America being part of your portfolio. What are some of the industries, perhaps, or what are some of the areas that you're looking at as areas of interest, coming from that network of connectivity that you've spoken about, that you'd have developed? What are some of the newer areas, non-traditional areas closer to home in Latin America? If you want to go as far as Asia, sure.
Well, let me focus on Latin America. I have a lot more experience there, and I lived in Latin America for many years. What we've been seeing is hotels and tourism-related investments. So we have the evidence right now of companies like the Cameron from Colombia who are here, Moon Palace, which is Mexican,
Right.
and we're seeing a lot more interest in Colombian and Mexican chains looking to diversify their locations outside of their home country and moving further into the Caribbean. We've been seeing quite a bit of interest and interactions from the BPO associations, particularly of Colombia, now also of Mexico, where their local companies can look to do collaborations and synergies with Jamaican companies and or establish offices in Jamaica where they can do their English support, which you can't beat us for native English. And Jamaica is a lot of people aren't aware of this small fact, but we're the third largest Anglophone speaking country in this hemisphere. And we've seen a lot of interest out of that coming, and we've been working on this for the past couple of years. And especially during COVID, where we saw certain countries get locked down harder than others for a longer time in Latin America. Some of these hotel investors are now saying, look, let's not diversify our portfolio, not just from Colombia and Panama. Let's now place different hotels in different countries. And Jamaica stands as a highlight, as really great investment, great revenue per room, and one of the greatest brands names in the world.
And does the converse also obtains? Meaning, if I am a Jamaican company, a Jamaican business, a Jamaican individual looking to perhaps expand or move my business into, one of these Latin American
your investment
space.
business as
Right.
opposed to trade.
Right. Do opportunities exist there as well?
That's not something that we actively promote in terms of helping, because we found that most companies who have invested overseas, the Grace Kennedys and other companies, or the Sandals, they have kind of gone out on their own, and what they tend to do is engage with the investment promotion agency from that country to facilitate them.
Okay. And in terms of utilizing more technology, I know you spoke much about earlier about webinars as an example, as a point of contact. How are you looking at increasing probably other touch points using technology that your office, and by your office I mean Jamaica, is accessible to those who want to do business with us?
Well, again, it just comes down to all the synergies between ourselves, our sector teams, other stakeholders, and again, I want to emphasize the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and their teams and honorary consuls in getting an idea of where we should be going, who we should be interacting with, what are the relevant companies. Like I said, sometimes just looking for these companies on LinkedIn and finding out who are the relevant people, trying to get in touch with them, doing more digital promotion through Facebook, Google Ads. The feedback has been tremendous, and I think we've all now adapted, and we're now all digital experts in this space. So that's what we're going to be doing. Target and focus, fanatical focus on the few sectors, and really push the needle.
Thank you very much. We're speaking with Nicholas Sutherland, Manager for New Market Development at Jampro. I probably should say muchas gracias, Nicolas.
De nada, Dwayne.
Great speaking with you, and that's all the Spanish I'll give you for today. I'll hand you over now to a few more features on some of our partners, some of our projects, and all that's happening as it relates to doing business in Jamaica.
The world has many opportunities. Let's help you find them. Welcome to Jampro. Are you ready to bring your export business to new heights? Jampro is your gateway to the world and your partner for growth. We're the first step in making your mark in the global market as Jamaica's official exporter registration agency. Looking for information to make your best business decisions? We offer specialized market research to help you access global markets. We connect you with the best business partners and get those meetings to build business relationships. We'll help you penetrate new markets and expand your global presence. Through all this, we work with you to create custom plans that will make your business grow. Come to Jampro today and let's do business.
SMEs are the backbone of our economy, and we're here to help support them through these challenging times. Millions of dollars in funding is now available to SMEs at a special low rate of 6.5%. And businesses with little or no collateral can now obtain support through our various partnerships. At NCB, we believe that every viable business should be able to access the capital they need to adapt, innovate, and grow. Life has been interrupted, but your business plans don't have to be.
In Jamaica, we're very serious about two things: living joyfully and striving for excellence. There are many examples of Jamaican excellence. Our athletes and musicians are some of the finest in the world. And, above all, Appleton Estate. Crafted with joy.
Think you know Jamaica? Let's talk about Jamaica. Let's talk business. Let's talk opportunity, manpower, and stability. Let's talk infrastructure and location. Let's talk about manufacturing, agriculture, energy, logistics, business process outsourcing, and tourism. Let's talk about your business. Let's talk vision and growth. Let's talk success. Now you know Jamaica. Enough talk. Let's do business. Do Business Jamaica.
Still exploring Jamaica. It's Explore Do Business Jamaica, Jampro's virtual investment conference. Now, joining me on set is a very special lady. She has been steering the Jampro ship for the last 8 years or so and has some awesome responsibility of attracting investors to Jamaica. And along with her team, putting together fora like these that, facilitate information sharing, facilitate networking, and of course, facilitate business. It's an absolute honor to welcome the president of Jampro, Diane Edwards. Hello. Is it Diane, Miss
Diane?
Diane. How do you want me to refer?
Ms. Diane.
Diane.
It's great to be here.
Thanks for making me feel comfortable, Diane.
Absolutely.
Now, what would you say make Jamaica the best place to do business? I mean, there are options, there are different countries to consider just in the Caribbean alone. Why Jamaica? And why no?
Well, we know Jamaica is special, and what is great is that a lot of other people know Jamaica is special too. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I lived for a long time in the international market, and every time I mentioned that I was from Jamaica, the reception I got was amazing. Yeah. So I would say one of the things is that Jamaica is a desired place to be and place to live. If you're in the outsourcing industry, you're looking for talent, you're looking for people who are charming, who can talk, who can, actually what they say is who have cultural affinity with the USA. So a lot of investment decisions now are made because of people. Mm-hmm. So people are critical, and the talent pool is critical. What is also critical is our location. We have practically the best location for any shipping company in the world. That's because right. We're right at the center of North America, Central America, South America, and if you're shipping from Asia to the eastern seaboard of the U.S., you're going to go Panama Canal, and you're going to hit Jamaica.
That's right.
If you fall asleep. So it's absolutely, the location is important. What is also important is we have a liberal, very open economy. You would have heard that yesterday from Minister Shaw and from our Prime Minister. Mm-hmm. We really welcome investors here, and we have a long experience of investors, and we have British common law, which means that it's a much more flexible system in which to operate than if you go to some of the Latin countries. It's also, we have a very attractive tax incentive regime. So businesses coming in can go into special economic zones, or they can operate outside in the business area of Jamaica, and you actually get an incentive for creating jobs. So I can go on and on. We have a full year growing season. We have a lot. Everything grows in Jamaica, from strawberries in the mountains to mushrooms to sugarcane to bananas.
We have it all.
Yeah,
and
we really do.
And I mean, as you rightly said, you and I know what makes us special. But for the investor out there who is perhaps wants to take it a bit more than, okay, I know the Bob Marley, I know the rum, they know the culture, they know the people, they know it's warm. But what about the investment climate? What are the opportunities there that you would want to sell a little bit?
Let me highlight a couple of things. One is that Kingston was BPO City of the Year in 2018, and we beat a whole lot of other countries and cities for that designation.
Right.
If you look at a number of different areas where we have been highly successful. So in logistics, we have the most modern port in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. That means that your products can get in and out without an issue, and in record time.
Right.
We are actually much cheaper than Miami. A lot of people don't know that in terms of port handling and in terms of loading, unloading, etc. If you look at the agribusiness sector, Jamaica has tremendous potential, again, because of our location, but because of our microclimates. And then I would say that from a business point of view, JAMPRO does a lot of work on improving the business environment. So we were, when they were doing the Doing Business report, we were number 71. And we are number 6 in the world in actually starting a business. So we have real serious business credentials. Plus we have what I call homegrown multinationals that come out of Jamaica.
That's
so
right.
These are companies that have grown from a small kernel to become huge companies that are now investing in the US, investing in the UK, have manufacturing and distribution companies in the US and the UK, and even in the Netherlands, and also in Ghana. So we have multinationals that we have grown in Jamaica. So really, to the international investor, I would say you need to come on down and look beyond the beach, because there's a whole economy beyond the beach that we, JAMPRO, can introduce you to.
I'm going to steal that, Diane. Beyond the beach, there's a whole economy that they need to be a part of. And on that note, I would imagine the last 2 years would have been challenging. How would have JAMPRO pivoted, made amendments to your modus operandi to ensure that the message that Jamaica is still open for business is a relevant message, and that message is still being heard?
Well, today and yesterday is one of those pivots, because, of course, we have pivoted, like everybody else, to being digital, to being virtual. So we have put a lot of effort into webinars and into finding digital means of communication. We found a lot more Zoom meetings, Teams meetings, all types of meetings with investors, and virtual trade missions, as we call them, which means that we actually take a visitor on a 360 tour of what they want to see. So if you want to come in and see the outsourcing sector, we can show you visuals inside an outsourcing operation. We can show you visuals of fields and agribusiness. We can show you manufacturing operations. We can show you mining. We can show you pretty much any sector you're interested in Jamaica. We can take you on a visual tour before you get here. So that has been really critical for us. And then we can target companies directly, because there's a lot of market research out there, which means we can actually decide whom we want to speak to and get right to that person. And then we have developed specific strategies for 3 specific industries: so manufacturing, digital global services, and agribusiness. Okay. So we have specific strategies which target those sectors and which have objectives and action plans as to how we're going to get there.
Listening to conversations in the conference yesterday and again today, hearing business owners, hearing investors say, okay, it's been a little challenging, but I'm seeing a return to some kind of pre-2019 levels. What has JAMPRO's role been in that whole recovery plan that we're now on the cusp of?
Well, it's an exciting time because we actually are in a V-shaped recovery. Yeah. That's really the hockey stick, which is really where you want to be. Tourism is coming back with a vengeance. We're at 70% of the occupancy of pre-COVID period, which is phenomenal. We're actually running at a higher rate of return of tourists than the rest of the world. So we're doing superbly well. What has JAMPRO done? The Minister of Finance developed an economic recovery task force, which JAMPRO sat on. And that was divided by sectors. So we had the manufacturing sector, we had the agribusiness sector, we had outsourcing, we had logistics, tourism. And JAMPRO sat on several of those subsectors, and we developed action plans in each of those areas. And so we did a lot of thinking, we did a lot of strategizing, but we also did a lot of outreach to the companies that we wanted to talk to. So we never stopped. Right. And actually, the outsourcing industry grew 15% during the COVID-19 period.
And with all that effort that you would have put in, pleased with the returns you're seeing from that?
Absolutely. I think Jamaica is in a tremendous place and at a tremendous moment. I think for anyone wanting to invest, you need to dive in now. Now, because the interest rates are still relatively low. We'll wait and see what happens with the BOJ increase yesterday.
Yes.
But the interest rates are pretty low. The economy is on an upward trajectory. Our talent pool is growing, and JAMPRO started a whole program with the IDB called the Global Services Sector Project to upskill young people. We're going to be upskilling about 24,000 young people under that program over the 5-year period. So we have a new talent pool that is coming out that is ready for the digital age. Then we have partners, potential partners, some Jamaican companies with very exciting projects that you can partner with. And we have a vibrant incentive program to offer incoming investors. So it's really the right time to get into Jamaica. And you have JAMPRO to stand by your side and hold your hand through the whole thing.
Actually, I was coming to that next, that we've moved up significantly on that index as it relates to starting a business in Jamaica, moving from 71 to number 6, as you would have said. But just in case there's an investor out there that's perhaps a little bit still concerned about, red tape, in rolling out the red carpet, how do you reassure those investors that JAMPRO is indeed, that partner that they can trust to guide them through those investment decisions?
I wish I could play a tape for you of a conversation I had yesterday with one of the largest investors in El Salvador, who was visiting Jamaica, looking at his investments. And he said to me, anytime you want a testimonial about Jamaica, just call me. I'm willing to give it, because we've been in Jamaica 50 years. We're happy. We're happy with the economy. We're happy with what the government is doing to bolster that economy and to create stability. Remember that Standard & Poor's has kept a stable outlook for Jamaica, which is amazing.
Right.
So the fact is that we have any number of satisfied and happy investors that we can have you, the new investor, speak to. So don't take it from me, take it from them. Take it from people who have been there, seen it, done it, and are continuing to do it. Because I can't really reveal the plans we discussed yesterday, but there's going to be a sizable investment coming out of that conversation. So I'm actually very pleased with it.
I see your countenance change. I believe you. You immediately lighted up, or lit up rather. What keeps those investors coming? Investors like that one you spoke with, yesterday from El Salvador, that you've done business in Jamaica for a little while, but still you
50
think
years.
There's more I want out of this small island out in the West Indies. What keeps them coming and keeps them growing stronger?
I think the government, the continuity that we have here in terms of, we started out with the IMF in 2013, and you had one administration that followed the fiscal prudence of an IMF, and don't underestimate that, because the eyes of the world were on Jamaica.
Inspires confidence.
Inspires confidence, because then you had a change of government seamlessly, and then the next administration followed the same path. And that really engenders a lot of confidence for the long term. The fact that there is bipartisan agreement on Vision 2030 and how we want to develop Jamaica, there's a plan. People like to see there's a plan and a vision, and that you're going in that direction deliberately and intentionally. And I would say that's what we're doing in Jamaica. JAMPRO has a whole plan called the Business Environment Reform Agenda, which we manage a secretariat, and it has 24 government agencies working together to improve the business environment. Some of the things that you haven't seen yet are that we have a national business portal where we are putting, first instance, 9 government processes online. So in 1 year's time, you're going to be able to go online, do your company registration, get your TRN, get your work permit if that's what you want, get your building approval, get your tax incentives. Mm-hmm. All of that is going to be seamless and online. So that is going to change the experience. You talk about moving red tape and rolling out red carpet, this is going to be our red carpet because it's going to be a one-stop online shop.
And it does sound indeed very first world for an investor who wants to move. I mean, decisions need to be made quickly, you know, so we have to ensure that we create and facilitate that climate that ensures that quickness with business decisions. So what's your vision, though? And I think you've teased me a little bit with that response as to, you know, the integration of technology into the whole process. But what's Diane's vision? Where do you ultimately see Jamaica from a JAMPRO standpoint as that central hub for business?
You know, some journalists who came here many, many years ago said to me, Jamaica should be the Switzerland of the Caribbean. I'm going to change that a little bit to the Singapore of the Caribbean because Switzerland is a landlocked country. So I think that Jamaica has the opportunity to become the digital hub, the logistics hub, the creative hub, as well as the tourism hub. So if you look at all of those, and by the way, we have some exciting agribusiness projects in the ground that are coming to fruition, that are going to be in the ground, so to speak, maybe in another year and a half. It's going to take that long. But these are capital-intensive projects. So I think we are really building a diversified, modern, technology-driven economy. And that, I think, is going to be exciting because Vision 2030 is achievable.
It is.
But we just have to keep on, as I said, deliberately and intentionally driving towards that goal.
Deliberately and intentionally driving towards that goal. But what do you think needs to come together for us to get there, and get there not limping, but get there standing strong and bold, chest
get
up?
there the Usain Bolt way.
Yes.
Government has to take a multidisciplinary approach. So what we are doing in the business environment reform agenda, I think, is a model for cross-government collaboration. So bringing together, as I said, 24 ministries and agencies with a central secretariat, which really focuses on all the different action plans that we need to implement. And everybody comes to a meeting quarterly and reports on what they've actually done to achieve their objectives. So it's that deliberateness and that intentionality has to be managed and has to be organized. But as long as we're working together towards that one goal, then it's like the relay. That's exactly what it is. It's just like the relay. So, you know, you're passing the baton one to the other, and you're going around and improving on your performance.
And in that relay, what leg do you see, you know, members of our diaspora playing in terms of ensuring that, you know, we cross the finish line, hands in the air?
The diaspora is like one of the key building blocks for Jamaica. I don't know if you know, but we have developed a whole program called the Economic Diplomacy Program. Right. And that program seeks to interact with all our diaspora and our representatives internationally, because the diaspora is a talent pool, is an investment pool, is a network. I keep saying to my team that we are 1 degree of separation from anyone on this planet that we want to know through our diaspora, because the diaspora is critical. And because I used to be in the diaspora, so I understand what the diaspora needs and wants and how much they want to be involved in the future of Jamaica. And we need to harness that much more.
And we need to get them as part of this mission of going beyond the beach.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Beyond the beach.
Beyond
Thank
the
you
beach.
very much, Diane Edwards. That's my takeaway from this conversation with you. Beyond the beach to that whole set of opportunities that Jamaica provides for economic growth and economic development. Thank you very much, and do keep up the great work that your team and yourself have been doing.
Thanks very much.
Now, we're grateful for our sponsors who have kept us, you know, bringing all this great information, this great conversation to you. And I'm going to send you over to a couple of features from them so you can learn more about what they are doing and how they are also helping to build Brand Jamaica and going beyond the beach, showing you what opportunities lie here.
Grown in the foothills of Jamaica, shared with the world, made with real love and passion, the gift of flavor that you love. We made real good jerk so you can make some Jamaican jerk.
SMEs are the backbone of our economy, and we are here to help support them through these challenges. Business should be able to access the capital they need to adapt, innovate, and grow. Life has been interrupted, but your business plans don't have to be.
Is fantastic, and to be part of this journey and the ability to bring something to this part of the world has been something really amazing to work for and to work on day in, day out. We are part of Liberty Latin America. Liberty Latin America is active in many Latin American countries and also within the Caribbean. Costa Rica, Panama, Chile, within the Caribbean, in Puerto Rico, all the Caribbean islands, and also in some other Latin American countries. Within that, we have Cable and Wireless. Cable and Wireless today serves up and about 20 markets within Latin, but mainly within the Caribbean, of which, of course, Jamaica. And we also have a part of the business that is called Cable and Wireless Networks, which is a subsea network that is really serving all of the Caribbean islands and, of course, also parts of Latin America. Let's look at a video together.
At Liberty Latin America, we believe connection transforms lives. We started small many years ago, and now we are growing.
As once part of international cable giant Liberty Global, we have deep experience having learned from the best and continue to benefit from its heritage. Now, as an independent, publicly traded company, we're excited about the future as we strive to unlock opportunities in the region.
De toda América Latina hasta el Caribe.
We lead the way in connecting people and businesses.
We enhance our customers' lives with technology so they can connect, work, live, and play without missing a beat.
Our unique culture is rooted at our core.
Con BTR en Chile,
Liberty Cablevision,
Cable and Wireless in the Caribbean and Latin America.
Connecting more than 40 markets in the region. We're proud of the service we provide, the markets we serve,
and our people, communities, and cultures coming together for one purpose.
Making moments that move us. We are at the start of an amazing journey. And as we look ahead with passion and enthusiasm,
we continue to grow, invest, and innovate.
We are committed more than ever to the region, empowering our customers to discover and experience the endless possibilities of the digital world.
Our future is here in Latin America and the Caribbean, always providing the best in communication and connectivity for our customers, partners, and employees.
We are Liberty Latin America.
Somos Liberty Latinoamérica.
We are Liberty Latin America.
Connecting communities,
transforming lives.
That was a video to show who we are in Liberty Latin America. Of course, within Liberty Latin America and for sure within Cable and Wireless, one of our star markets is Jamaica. Flow Jamaica is really a fantastic part of our business, and we are very, very committed to Jamaica and to everything we do together with Flow in Jamaica. We've been operating for a very, very long time in Jamaica, and we tend to really to build upon two big pillars. One pillar is our people, second pillar is our network and our connectivity. This is why we are here, this is what we want to do. And the way we always subscribe it when we talk internally, we talk about we love, we build, we connect, and we love. What do we mean with it? We love because we really love our consumers. We love the countries we operate in, and we love our employees. So whenever we take decisions, we really believe that those decisions have to be taken with the customer in mind and have to be taken with our people in mind. Then we build. We really make sure that we have a top-of-the-art network. We will come back on it, and I will talk a bit more about our network. Then also we need to make sure that once we build and we have that connectivity out there, we bring offers to our customers, whether that is in the consumer side of the world or whether that's in the business side of the world, that those offers are the right offers and good offers for our customers. And then last but not least, once customers are ours, we need to take care of them. Again, we need to love them. Do we always do an as good job as we want to all of these elements? No. I think overall, when we look at Jamaica, I think the service area we could probably improve a bit. But that are things which we are working hard every single day, and I will also come back on it a bit later today. Wherever we operate, we also really work together with the government, and we really want to understand what is happening in the country, what is the agenda of the government, and what are the goals they are trying to achieve. So we really studied Vision 2030, where the Jamaican government has clearly called out that they want to really put Jamaica forward and make Jamaica prosperous. And secondly, they also want to make sure that Jamaica becomes a digitally enabled economy. So when we think through our plans, we think through our investments, that's how we think. We link it very closely to these objectives. So allow me to talk to three big pillars for Jamaica. One is what we call our Jamaican network. Second is our Jamaican consumers, and third is our Jamaican people. And I will come back on all three of them, telling everybody a bit of what we are doing, how we are doing it, and why we believe we are really will be able to make a difference, and also link it back to Vision 2030. Starting with our Jamaican network. We, as Cable & Wireless, we are operating in three big pillars of a network. First of all, like I said at the beginning, Cable & Wireless also has a division which is called Cable & Wireless Networks. It's our subsea network. It's a network that lies deep down in the ocean, 50,000 kilometers of fiber network, which connects every single island in the Caribbean and also many other parts of Latin America with the rest of the world. Jamaica has a total fiber ring linked in the subsea network with 4 landing stations, of which we then bring terrestrial networks into Jamaica. That capacity is used also by other, let's say, competitors in the region. The second big pillar we built from is our terrestrial network, our connectivity that we bring to the homes and to the businesses in Jamaica. We have up and about 80% of there where we already have the network, 80% we have high-speed internet ready. We've invested over yearly 60 million into Jamaica to have this ready. Our competition today will probably have something like 20%. So we have 80% of really great connectivity internet ready for our customers and ready for our businesses to surf on and to really bring it to life. And we are committed that in the next 2 years we will further build and we will serve the unserved with high fiber networks, together with bringing people who are still on the copper network, which is a much slower network and is outdated, bringing all those people into our high standard of internet networks. And then last but not least, we also have our mobile network. Today we are operating with 97% coverage and 95% of LTE readiness in the whole of Jamaica, which is a fantastic place to be. And if you combine the subsea network together with our internet network, together with our mobile network, we are a fantastic server for the connectivity in Jamaica to really make sure that Jamaica, within Jamaica, can be connected, but also outside of Jamaica can be connected. And we are committed to really make big investments in the next years to really bring that forward into an even better state-of-the-art network as we move forward. Let me move forward to our next pillar, which is our Jamaican consumers. We might be having a fantastic network and we might be building a fantastic network, but if we do not love our consumers and we do not serve our consumers in the right way, we will not be successful. And that is something we really are day in, day out working on. First of all, I would say, whenever we look at Jamaica and we look at how we serve our customers, can we show more love? Absolutely, yes. So our service quality and how we do things, we're really looking at that one. And that is really something which we have a focus on to improve over the course of the next weeks, days, and months. Let me also talk about the different customers we have. And I'll separate them in 4 groups. One, the B2B customer in small business, the B2B customer in large enterprise, our consumers in the normal business, which are typically into pure connectivity, fixed to mobile conversion, and then the pure mobile play in prepaid. So we have 4 big groups we serve. Number 1, let's talk about the B2B small business. Up until about a year ago, we were serving the small businesses, but we were not serving them with the right products. So we did, over the last 2 years, a real big in-depth analysis of, okay, if we really want to be able to serve small businesses in the right way, what should we be offering them? And we've adapted our entire consumer value proposition to the Jamaican market, where we really not just sell a product, but where we also help the small business person to really thrive and build a business out. So that's what we've done over the last months, and I think that's been very visible and very successful within Jamaica over the last months.
Introducing Flow Business with fast and reliable business connectivity. Plus our new smart solutions, we're ready to keep your business thriving and growing. It's been a tough year, but we're here to help you come back stronger and more connected than ever before. Meet Peter. He owns Island Cafe, a local coffee shop. Modern cafes and restaurants in the area have adapted to the new normal by using digital channels to promote their business. But Peter's coffee shop is struggling. He wishes he had a way to showcase his business online and find new customers. But he doesn't know where to start, and running his coffee shop is a full-time job. Flow Business has Peter covered. With our website and online store smart solution, Peter's able to showcase his business online and reach a whole new audience. We take care of the website design and development so he can take care of business. With professionally designed templates plus the ability to easily drag and drop images and videos, we'll show his business at its best. He can integrate his social media profiles plus maps functionality so everyone knows how to get to his cafe for their morning espresso. That's not all. Once Peter's cafe is set up with a website, we can add an online store so that his customers can save time and order their coffee ahead of visiting, making their payment quickly and securely with more than 30 payment methods already integrated into his site, including PayPal. Flow Business is with Peter every step of the way. If he needs support with his website, our digital experts are standing by and ready to help 24 hours a day. After a few months of having his website and online store up and running, Peter's seeing more customers than ever. People from all over town and even further afield visit his coffee shop after finding him online. If you're ready to level up your business and get online with our smart solutions, Flow Business is here to help. Showcase your business to hundreds of potential new customers with super fast connectivity and a website and online store from Flow Business.
Then moving on to large enterprise. Large enterprise is a big part of our business in Jamaica. We are serving many customers, and those many customers are then serving a lot of consumers. We are active in the BPO world, which for sure during COVID, we've helped a lot, and we really work together with the BPO industry to bring innovative solutions like distributed workforce in order to make sure that also the BPOs could serve and could work from home. Other areas where we operate in large enterprise, finance, the whole activity system of the banks, where we have big customers with us. Then we're, of course, also very active in hospitality, which is in the Caribbean, something which is super important. So we partner with Sandals, we partner with all the big groups and hotel chains in our B2B business segment. And last but not least, we have also what we call the multinational carriers cross Caribbean and Latam, where we bring the businesses together, such as Scotiabank, Life Guardian, and others.
At CNW Business, we understand your challenges and we provide solutions and support. Data center hosting, domestic and international managed network services, communications and management solutions, security and data protection, e-commerce transaction support, sales and business solutions, virtual environments. All scalable to support business at every level, while monitoring network integrity 24/7, 365. ISO 27001, Fortinet, Cisco, Juniper, and Citrix certified. Just imagine what we could do for your efficiency and profitability through a streamlined, secure technology ecosystem geared for business development, growth, and nation building. C&W Business. We are IT.
So that's the B2B side of the customers. When we look at our consumers, so the consumers that are in our households, we typically look at them in two ways. One is what we call the fixed mobile conversion consumers, those consumers who really take our products with us, so have an end-to-end suite of connectivity with us, and then prepaid mobile customers. Let me first talk about fixed mobile conversion. Over the last year, we really brought to Jamaica some very innovative consumer value propositions where we really brought the fixed world together with the mobile world. And the more products you take as a consumer from us, the more affordable it will come. And we've done fantastic reduction in pricing on that side of the world, together with really big promotions in order to bring our consumers a proposition that really serves their needs. So that is one area. The second area where we are, of course, are really active is everything which is mobile, prepaid mobile, where we drive. Also there, we really like to disrupt the market, where 2 years ago, it was very clear to us that a lot of customers were still using a lot of voice and data was not yet used enough. And we really saw that as an opportunity to really bring that data consumption to Jamaica. We really made the data prices come down and made them really part of our consumer packages, such as YouTube and everything. So whenever we bring these launches, whether it's in the B2B segment or whether it's in the B2C segment, we really try to be innovative, but bring propositions with the consumer in mind that we know will serve the consumer in Jamaica in such a way that they really love us. Again, I think on the service side of things, we as an organization, we have room to improve and we will improve. So that's about wrapping up the second pillar, which is our Jamaican consumer. And then last but not least, our people of Jamaica, which on the one hand for us, of course, entails our own employees, but also we really think much broader than our own employees. Whenever we operate in countries, we really look also at the society and what is the difference we can make in a society. Let me first start with our employees. We have a group of 1,500 fantastic Jamaican employees that work day in, day out, really hard to serve our consumers and to build that network of Jamaica, which is not always a very easy work to be done. And I think for sure over the last 2 years, as we hit into COVID with massive increases in connectivity, it's been really our employees that made the difference. Because it's not that easy to say, hey, the capacity just ramps up, get it done in by far more difficult circumstances than ever before. So our Jamaican staff, which 99% of people are really Jamaicans, have made a difference. And our employees are very committed. What we also as a company decided during COVID is that we would keep all our employees employed. And that we did cross-Caribbean, cross-Latin, everywhere in Liberty Latin America. That are the values we really bring. Next to that, the values we work as a company are some of the following. We really want to be honest, we are hardworking, we're disciplined, and we respect each other. It's nice to be important, but it's much more important to be nice. So that's some of the values that we operate in, day out. So that's our employees. Second, the societies we work in. In every country we operate, we have our foundation that works together with our teams to bring things to the society. And that's what we've also done with the Flow Foundation.
Things are getting more digital real fast. And with free digital skills training through the Flow Foundation, you can grow your talents and take control of your future, no matter your skill level. There's a certified course with expert guidance here for you. Enroll in the Skills for the Future program for hands-on training to learn the basics, while the Training for Professionals program gives you access to over 100 online digital courses to help you master industry-specific skills. Take control of your future with free digital skills training. Register online at flowfoundationja.org.
If you look at what we are doing with the Flow Foundation, we are today really helping more than 8,000 people getting education through the Flow Foundation and really getting a certificate through that work that's being done by Flow. So this is how we try to really work hard and touch the communities. Last but not least, over the last 2 years, but in particular over the last months, we've been working really hard with the Jamaican government to work to bring connectivity to the schools. We're not there yet. We're working hard, but I promise you that day in, day out, we really want to be the partner of the government to bring the fantastic and the needed connectivity to all the schools of Jamaica. That's our job as a company, and we take that very seriously, and we are working very hard to see with the government how we can achieve that goal together. So that's a bit the story of Liberty Latin America, the story of Cable and Wireless, and of course also within that the story of Flow Jamaica. Wrapping it up, the most important piece is our future together. The core message which I wanted to leave today is that we as Cable and Wireless, we as Liberty Latin America, we as Flow Jamaica are really, really very, very committed to Jamaica. And that's what we want to build together, that future in Jamaica, that network and that future of customers and serving our people. So how do we see that? First of all, the network. I've talked to the network. We've built a lot, we've invested a lot, but we will continue to invest. And that is really part of our plans. So we will continue to invest in all three of the networks, in the mobile network, in the terrestrial fixed network, and also in our subsea network, so that we can bring to Jamaica that capacity that is highly needed in order to really build that backbone for that digital society, whether it is in the B2B segment, in the consumer segment, whether it's helping the government. We are committed to really do that together with everybody in Jamaica. That's number one, our network. Number two, we will work with the government and partner with the government, whether that is on big health projects like we announced in the last weeks, whether that is on the digital journey, whether that is on finding solutions together for the big B2B businesses, so that they also are interested to come to Jamaica and make Jamaica the hub of the Caribbean. That's what we want to do together. And then last but not least, we want to, of course, bring the right value propositions for our consumers. We will continue to work hard to bring the right service, and we will continue to work hard to bring the right products to our consumers. And within that, we will do that with a love and a heart for our people. Whatever we do, we will make sure that we take care of our employees within Flow. And of course, we will do that also with a heart for the communities of Jamaica, where we will work with them to bring them many things we can bring. For example, like we just did in small business, but also what we are doing with the Flow Foundation. So very committed in a country which we love and which we think is a fantastic country. We always say Jamaica is our star and will continue to be our star. It is the passion of the people. It is the hustle everybody takes on a day-to-day basis that makes Jamaica stand out. And that's fantastic to see. So thank you for allowing me to be here today. I wish you a fantastic conference and leaving you with, let's say, a big heart to serve Jamaica and everybody within Jamaica. Thank you.
Thanks so much for staying with us, and thanks as well for keeping the conversation going online on our various platforms. Of course, if you haven't dropped your comment just yet, you haven't given us your feedback on how your conference experience is going, we want to hear from you. So head on over to the platform you're watching this stream on, or any of JAMPRO's socials, and you can always share with us your comment, your feedback, and let us know. Are you interested in doing business with us? You can leave us a line there too. Our team will reach out to you and have you the proper guidance, the proper advice, and put you on your best path towards investment in Jamaica. Joining me now is Vice President of Marketing, Gabriel Heron, and we'll be talking a little bit about your comments, your feedback that you would have been providing. Social media space, we've been getting quite a few, Gabriel, and I just want to touch on them a little bit. I saw in the news that 2 more BPO companies are looking to, well, more than looking to, have recently, in fact, set up operations in Jamaica, Iterum Connections and Ventrica. What keeps attracting them to Jamaica? Or perhaps it's the other way around. What makes Jamaica so attractive to these foreign investment companies, especially those in the business processing sector?
Yes, so that's a very good question, and thank you for the viewer who submitted that question. So there are a few pillars that really makes Jamaica stand out as an investment option or a destination, the ideal destination for outsourcing. The first for me is cost, the affordability of the labor, of the talent locally, and of course the infrastructure, because you have the buildings. Even though we're in a virtual space and you have to work from home, there's still a cost element to it as well. There is also cultural affinity. How does Jamaica's culture, in terms of the social political culture, how similar is it with companies that they're working with or their target audience, for argument's sake? There is also closeness, what I like to call closeness, but the official term is really the nearshore advantage. So Jamaica has a significant nearshore advantage for companies who are based in the USA, who have their customers want real-time response, and there isn't a time zone conflict or a traveling restriction, so to speak. So there's that. And then, of course, important within outsourcing global services is connectivity. Responsive and speed of engagement via the internet is very important. Jamaica has a very strong platform for internet and, of course, broadband. And you would have known about the broadband initiative that is on the table now. So all these elements work together. In addition to that, which is very, very critical and important, there's collaboration as well. Collaboration between the government entities, so JAMPRO, who will help the guiding the ecosystem and providing support for the ecosystem. There's a global services sector project you heard earlier from Marjorie Straw. She's driving that. So pulling the talent pool together, pulling the structural framework of the global services sector, and then finally the private sector arm, which is the Global Services Association of Jamaica. So there's really strong collaboration around that. And that collaboration really helped the resilience of the sector during the COVID pandemic last year, where, interestingly, Jamaica's sector, while we were impacted for a while, it was a transient period, we actually recovered and are actually stronger within that space. Finally, and probably most importantly, and this is where Jamaica is focusing on now, because we've covered the other element, is talent, our talent pool. We have a really good opportunity here because we have over 50 tertiary institutions in Jamaica. So we have a good pipeline of talent. Where we're focused on now, and Marjorie touched on it earlier, is upskilling that talent pool to the key areas that we want to transition into, more into IT outsourcing, knowledge process outsourcing. So yes, business process outsourcing still, but we want to upskill the labor force. So that really encapsulates what makes Jamaica such an attractive.
So quite a few factors all come together to create a particular kind of climate that, these investors just love. Another quick question we got, what are the top 3 sectors new investors could focus on in Jamaica?
Okay, another good question. And I will pull back to say JAMPRO really focuses on 6 to 8 main sectors: agribusiness, logistics and infrastructure, manufacturing, and cannabis goes with that as well, outsourcing, tourism, energy and the creative industries, so film, animation, and music. So I wouldn't focus to say it's really the investor's decision. So you have through JAMPRO's business facilitation services that we support, we say, okay, based on what your profile, your experience, this may be an ideal space for you. Right? I mean, mind you, tourism is a very strong sector for Jamaica. It will always be because we're a global brand as relates to tourism. Outsourcing, I already spoke to you about how amazing outsourcing and the global services sector is performing in Jamaica. Right now, agribusiness there's a lot of drive behind agribusiness and the utilization of technology, infusing technology. So there's a huge, because there are opportunities there. and investors will recognize that there are spaces, that there are gaps that need to be filled. So when there are gaps, that's an opportunity for an investor to really step in. And of course, there's energy. One of the major aspects about energy now is the release of the integrated resource plan. So what that now means is it kind of reinforces the drive towards clean energy, renewable energies, right, where Jamaica is now at about 20% in terms of generation. We have a goal of getting to 50% by 2037. So again, there's that gap to fill that need, to fill that, that business need. So those are some of the key areas. But again, it's really where the investor, and we would do the business facilitation and the guiding of the investor, holding the investor's hand to say, okay, these are the opportunities. So to go even further, we have to look at it from a investment project perspective as well, because there are investment projects that JAMPRO is aware of. So we can literally get even more granular, not just on a sector basis, but look at it from an investment project perspective. So say, here, these are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 potential investment projects that you can look at for investment.
Right. Another quick one we have, Gabriel, is how easy is it to register a business in Jamaica? Am I able to do the process online?
Oh, that's a nice and easy question.
Yes. Madam President,
it is fairly easy.
Earlier,
it is fairly easy, and yes, you can do it online. It is actually a 3-day process. It takes about 3 days, depending on what you're doing, depending on what kind of registration you're doing, whether it's an incorporation, a company, or a business, etc. But there is generally a drive to increase the ease of doing business in Jamaica, and JAMPRO advocates for that through the National Competitiveness Council, and one of our sponsors, FCGP, they're very strong on improving the competitiveness of Jamaica and and ease of doing business in Jamaica. There are other few reforms, such as getting your tax compliance certificate online. Another critical one is our port community system, which really drives trade. And it has integrated, it includes integration across 3 major platforms: a Jamaica Trade Information Portal, the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, and of course, what you call the ASICUDA.
Right.
So this actually improves significantly our trade facilitation. And Kingston Port, they got an award the other day about the technology advancements in Jamaica. So business improvements all around.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, Vice President for Marketing. So there you have it. Business is much easier than you probably think it is to be done in Jamaica. We'll be touching base with Gabriel a little bit later in the program to answer some more of your questions from social media. So if you have a few, don't be afraid. Go ahead and drop them in. We'll head over to a couple more features, and I'll be right back to have a great conversation on manufacturing. Welcome back, and the conversation continues, this time with manufacturing, a sector that has, hear this, over 300 companies involved in a variety of manufacturing activities with goods that include coffee, rum, tobacco, sugar, citrus products, and processed food and beverage, furniture. The list goes on and on and on and on. In recent years, manufacturing has in fact achieved between 8 and 9% of GDP, making it one of those sectors that have contributed significantly to the Jamaican economy. But don't take my word for it. Here to tell us a little bit more on the role of of manufacturing, the opportunities that exist in manufacturing, is Berletta Forrester. She is a manager for manufacturing at Jampro. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon
Welcome
to you.
to the live stream.
Thank you. Good to be here.
I think there's a particular view of certain products overseas. Castor oil readily comes to mind.
Yeah.
There are others as well. If I want the best, it has to come from Jamaica. It should only come from Jamaica.
Indeed.
Why do you think that is so?
Well, the Jamaican brand is well recognized globally. And this is true for all sectors.
Right.
And the thing about that is that it's not just the fact that the brand is recognized, but more importantly, the brand is associated with excellence. And when it comes to manufacturing, it's no less than any other sector. Our manufacturers put their heart into their products. And any consumer who picks up a good that is made in Jamaica can be assured that it is well made and that it will consistently deliver on their requirements. So yes, indeed, Jamaica is the place to get the best products. And it's interesting that you reference castor oil, because as you know, Jamaica is the home of the world-famous, authentic Jamaican black castor oil. And I say that slowly because it is very important, because we talk about the Rolls Royce of castor oils, premium product. But really, this brand Jamaica excellence extends well beyond castor oil and encompasses a whole range of products made in Jamaica, from food to non-food products.
Right.
It's an endless list, really.
And the result of that is that we've seen companies locally made, locally incorporated, now expanding beyond Jamaica, bringing their products, their goods, their services, to a global marketplace and being very competitive there. I think it speaks to the quality, as you would have said, of the production here in Jamaica. But what do you think it means for other companies that perhaps may be thinking, is the global space a little too big for me to compete on?
Not in the least, because it's interesting that we're talking about quality, because we compete on quality. Jamaican manufacturing industries are very big on quality, very big on standards, and also very big on developing new products to suit market demand and changing market requirements.
Right.
Many of our factories are certified in good manufacturing practices, GMP, or HACCP, or many of the other international standards. So consumers can always be assured that they're getting excellent products out of Jamaica. Quality is paramount for us. And our manufacturers are supported by the regulatory agencies, the monitoring systems, and the facilitator agencies such as Jampro, that ensures that at the end of the day, our consumers enjoy only the very best products, the best quality products, whether it's a local consumer or an international consumer.
And I know a part of that too would mean that we have the factories and the machinery and the framework to be doing that kind of quality production. Do we see the reverse happening, that probably others coming in to make use of that, to make use of that environment that we have here in Jamaica?
Indeed. We welcome all kinds of manufacturing investments in Jamaica. And we have found that even in this period, Jamaica is still an attractive place for manufacturing. In fact, one of the spin-offs from the COVID era is that there's been a lot of disruption in global supply chains. So many retailers, for example, who would normally get their products manufactured in Asia, are having challenges either because of inadequate supplies, delays in their supplies, costs of manufacturing going up. So this has created new opportunities for countries such as Jamaica, because near-shore supplies has become very important now, and therefore we are well positioned. And Jampro, through our head office and our regional offices, we're actively engaged in trying to attract some of that manufacturing, activity that used to be taking place in further shores, and to try to get them to come here. But also another important opportunity is that, apart from the fact that we encourage people to set up their factories here, whether you're an international investor or you're a local investor. But there's also perhaps a less known opportunity in contract manufacturing.
Tell me a little bit about that one.
Well, happy to. Because we have a number of Jamaican manufacturers who are very experienced in contract manufacturing and private labeling. That is to say, they're manufacturing products under contract for global brands. So many globally branded products on the shelves in various countries, not just pass through, they were made here.
Okay.
Made here, manufactured here, packaged here, and sent, packaged with the label of the brand that they have contracted with. So this is another opportunity. So if a manufacturer doesn't want at this time to set up a manufacturing facility here, there are non-equity modes in which they can participate in this economy by using contract manufacturing. So we're talking about food. Many of the foods on the shelves are packaged right here. If you go into some of the factories, you see the labels being put on, and you say, wait a minute, that's not a Jamaican label, it's made here.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. But there's also cosmetics, there's furniture, there's automotive lubricants, there a wide range of products that are made in Jamaica, carrying global brands. So we are very proud that this is an alternative form of investment that we can offer.
And I mean, from all that you said, I hear the opportunities are many.
Yes.
They are varied. So what kind of guidance do you provide here at JAMPRO? Yeah, you've whet my appetite, Berletta. You've convinced me that I need to get into manufacturing. But tell me now, how are you going to hold my hand and make sure I get all this done?
Okay, absolutely. So first of all, we start with what is your interest? What is it you're looking to do? We are the entity set up to guide you through the approval processes. We find you partners if you're looking for partners. In the case of manufacturing, very often the investor is looking for a partner. They don't necessarily want to start with a greenfield operation on their own, but with an existing partner. So we can arrange those partnerships. We assist with site selection. We encourage our investors to get involved in developing special economic zones. Because that comes with a certain number of incentives that any manufacturer, any investor would want to take advantage of.
Sure.
And they don't only have to wait to become an occupant in an existing zone, but they can set up their own factory and apply for special economic zone status with all the attendant incentives. So JAMPRO is the partner that holds their hands through these processes, introduces them to the relevant approval agencies, and ensures that their projects are fast-tracked and bottlenecks are moved if there are any such bottlenecks. And for manufacturing, we go another step further than some of our other sectors, in that once the products are made here, we now help you to find the markets to export the products.
Whoa, that's great. That's great. So that's a full
full service,
yes. Full service from
Indeed.
end to end in terms of the assistance and the support that you provide. That's very great to hear.
Absolutely.
My other question for you is, we have on the cards the Caymanas Economic Zone, that big picture activity that we're all working towards.
Yes.
How do you see that transforming manufacturing sector, creating more opportunities?
Yes.
What's the outlook like?
I believe the outlook is very positive. Apart from the Caymanas Economic Zone and the other opportunities that are coming up, there are so many other reasons why I think the outlook is great. Manufacturing has proven to be one of the most resilient sectors in the COVID era because people need products.
Right.
And products have to be made. And the product mix may change in terms of what is demanded at a particular point in time. So, for example, we saw all this new and growing demand for personal protective equipment and hand sanitizers and gloves and cleaning chemicals and you name it.
Yes.
And manufacturing. And many of our local manufacturers are able to pivot and start to produce a number of those products. We believe that, and we anticipate that these kinds of products, the demand for these kinds of products will continue to grow. And so the outlook for manufacturing is very, very good. I mentioned before the opportunities arising from disrupted supply chains and, therefore now nearshore opportunities that some of our manufacturers are already taking advantage of. And we expect that will continue, that space will continue to grow. And we expect that more companies will either get into special economic zones, getting into areas such as, product assembly, and just participate in global value chains. And all of this is supported by the fact that we have excellent shipping and logistics. So, they need not worry about getting their products out and so on. So the stage is set for manufacturing to grow significantly, not only in Jamaica, but globally, because, products are needed. And therefore, the outlook is indeed very, very bright. The manufacturing sector at the moment contributes about 8.5% to our GDP, and we certainly expect to see growth in that area. We recently, the government of Jamaica, together with the private sector in the form of the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, developed a 5-year manufacturing growth strategy, and that is going to help to, sort of set out the roadmap for the growth that we are anticipating in this very bright future in which manufacturing will thrive.
Great. And I know we started off the conversation talking about quality. How do we ensure that we're not just manufacturing, we're manufacturing at that particular quality that ensures that our goods, our products, our services remain competitive and will remain where they are now, ranked among the very best in the world?
Well, one of the interesting things about our manufacturers is that they take a lot of pride in what they produce. And this is what drives the continued interest in products out of Jamaica. And where we are a little behind in quantity, we make up for that manyfold in quality. Because in some cases, we do have some underutilized capacity. But whatever comes out of Jamaica is going to be excellent quality. We have the Bureau of Standards Jamaica, which is a globally recognized standards entity. We have other government agencies that ensure that this quality is always maintained. And of course, we have in JAMPRO, part of the work that we do is to work with our manufacturers and looking at things like their labeling and their packaging to ensure that they are meeting international standards. Jamaica is always concerned about being on the cutting edge of everything. Everything. True. You know how we do.
That's true.
And it is no less so in manufacturing. So yes, indeed, we can assure our consumers, our partners, those who are interested in investing in Jamaica, that indeed quality is what we're about. And if you want to get on the train, then we can assure you that you will be operating in an environment where quality and standards and the best of the best is going to be the watchword.
The young business out there, that you've wooed over with all of this, and they want to move. Yes. They want to move, they want to retool, they want to improve on the quality standards, they want to get there. Yes. Run that with me again. What's the support like to ensure that, they're put on that right path where growth is concerned, and that they can take contribute more than just that 8.5, but probably push that 8.5 to even more, as it relates to contribution to GDP.
Yes, okay. Well, first of all, we encourage young entrepreneurs, are young at heart, of any age, entrepreneurs at any age who want to get into manufacturing. First of all, I strongly encourage them to get registered with the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to get manufacturing status.
Right.
This is very important because this is what now puts you in a position to access the incentives that are available. So many persons may not know that there are supportive regimes for manufacturing. Once you're registered, once you have received that status, you can now apply for an incentive called the Productive Inputs Relief, which provides duty-free acquisition of your raw material, your machinery, your packaging, and just a range of support that comes with that.
To include funding?
Not funding in terms of handing you a check, but certainly it saves you a lot of money if you are able to avoid some of those costs. So I would encourage our manufacturers or budding manufacturers to not be daunted by what might seem like a huge thing. We have many manufacturers who have started small. I listened today to the story of one of our titans, Metro Siago, who talked about starting at age 17. I mean, you start small. And most of our giants in manufacturing in Jamaica today can tell you their story of how they started. Also interesting is that many of these giants are great mentors and willing mentors, and Jampro engages some of them as mentors through our Export Max program and other such programs. So the young and the new investor in manufacturing needs to know that there are great opportunities for them to grow and to grow into a high-quality space and a space that encourages good business and creates opportunities for them as well to be able to export. Because we're all about export. Yes, we take care of ourselves and we ensure that our locals are taken care of.
But the world needs to experience.
The world needs to experience excellent by Jamaica, and Jamaica needs the foreign exchange.
Thank you very much, Burletta Forrester, Manager for Exports here at Jampro. And having heard all that, I think it's only fitting that we follow up the discussion with a session on the strength of Jamaica's manufacturing sector. I'll send you over for that discussion right now.
Welcome to the panel discussion on the strength of Jamaica's manufacturing sector here at the Explore Do Business Jamaica Investment Conference. My name is Ricky Brownie and I'm the UK-based online newspaper deputy editor for the Matt Haycock's Daily. With me are Metri Siaga and Diego Castro, who will both introduce themselves now.
Diego, you go.
Okay, thank you, Metri. Well, my name is Diego Castro. I'm the managing director of Carb Cement and also country manager for Cemex, multinational cement multinational here in Jamaica. I'm from Spain, and I'm very glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
And my name is Mitri Siaga. I wear a couple of different hats. I am the co-managing director of JFP, formerly Jamaica Fiberglass Products. I am currently the deputy chairman of Jampro, and I am the immediate past chairman of the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the manufacturing sector in Jamaica, which is 300 companies in a variety of various manufacturing activities. Over the last several years, manufacturing has been quite stable in Jamaica, even when the economy hasn't been all that stable. And there are expectations that manufacturing is now going to grow at a much faster rate than previously. There's some things happening like the special economic zone, which hopefully will create the opportunity for Jamaica to become a major logistical hub, amongst other things. And there's also a 5-year manufacturing growth strategy, which is now being formulated to hopefully mean that Jamaica's manufacturing sector can grow to 81 billion annually by 2025. There's always been a lot of hope for manufacturing in Jamaica, and I think that the sector has always managed to hold its own, but we're hoping that it can provide much more than it has in the past, and it can also attract foreign investment. So we'll move on to the next stage.
Ricky, if I could just correct something you said. You said the manufacturing sector is 300 companies strong.
Yeah.
There are 300 companies in the Manufacturers and Exporters Association, but there are over 1,200 companies registered as manufacturers in Jamaica. Many are small and micro-sized companies by Jamaican standards, much less to speak about international standards.
Can you give the experience of Jamaica Fiberglass products for manufacturing in Jamaica?
Thanks, Ricky. Well, our company is 36 years old, and so we've seen a lot of ups and downs throughout the sector. We have been, me personally, and our company has seen some very good times and some very lean times. However, I think that simply because of the structure within government, we have never paid very much attention to manufacturing, except for there was a time in the 60s when manufacturing contributed 22% to GDP. Now manufacturing contributes about 8% to GDP. This was because there was a push. This was because there were policies in place. It was in my tenure as president of the Jamaica Manufacturers Association that we did the 5-year plan. And quite frankly, it took simply too long to get the plan finalized and put into place. It's there now. So those are some of the battles we have had. My own personal company is at JFP is we target a niche market, a higher end market for hotels and restaurants and nightclubs and things of that nature, furnishings for those things. So we are not really focusing on the day-to-day individual who's going into a store to buy something. However, when I speak about the policies of government, it's important that, and I think the government is starting to understand that the policies for investors coming into Jamaica to use locally manufactured products should be geared to assist local manufacturing, because a rising tide lifts all ships, and investors coming in recognize that. And you know, Iago would understand that Carib Cement is going to do better when Jamaica does better, and so are our hotels, and so are other businesses that are here in Jamaica. So I think we have come around as a government, as a nation, to understand. And if COVID hasn't taught us that, nothing else will. We simply cannot put all our eggs in one basket any further. Tourism is vitally important to us and critically important, but so is manufacturing, and so is the BPO sector, and so is agriculture. So those are some of my initial thoughts.
Looking back to the 1960s, when we had 22%, did you say, for manufacturing?
Yes.
That was to do with Robert Lightburn, I think, who was the Minister of Industry, and I think a process called industrialization through invitation.
That's correct.
Is there anything now in this 5-year plan that connects to the kind of policies that we had in the 1960s, or is this something evolved?
Well, in fairness, the policies then would not be relevant today. However, I think that one of the linchpins of our policy is that our location in the Americas, being where Singapore is in Asia, is our greatest asset that we have never used. And it has come time for us, and you said it in your opening remarks, the time has come for us to develop Jamaica's economy as a logistics-centered economy around manufacturing and services. And then and only then will we start to be able to manufacture in a real way and move the export needle in a real way and have that GDP number rise back to 25% as it should be.
For your own company, how much can you say is export, and how much is local?
Well, right now we fluctuate somewhere between 20 and 30% export, and we export currently to the rest of the Caribbean and to Latin America. However, and my company is no different, we as manufacturers have failed to use the Caribbean Basin Initiative, as it was called. I can't remember the new name. But, you know, the United States allows us as manufacturers, once we import some content from the US, to export back into the US free of all duties. And with our location being where it is, it is cheaper and quicker to send product from Jamaica to the East Coast of the largest market in the world, in the United States of America, than it is to bring product from Middle America or the West Coast to the East Coast. So it's a market that we have not done enough to develop. Not an easy market to get in, especially for smaller companies. But we have to start, and we are so doing. And I think that once the government really understands the importance of our location and understands the importance of developing Jamaica as a logistics-centered economy, and allow the SEZ to develop its hub and spoke system, which is bringing in larger companies that are going to need smaller companies to manufacture components. I think that's when we'll see the needle really move. You see, just not to belabor the point, Ricky, but for too long, we have taken our natural resources here in Jamaica, our bauxite, our sugar, our coffee, and we have taken them and sent them away to nations like Europe, who have industrialized on the backs of that and have developed those products, added value, and sent them back to us and taught us how to like them. And the time has come for us to recognize it and start to do the value added here. Not all of it. We're not going to be manufacturing cars and rockets in 5 years. We get that. But there's certainly value added. So for my money, we should not be exporting very much more raw materials. We should be setting up the establishments to add the value here at home.
So you've spoken a little bit about, like bauxite and alumina. These are sectors which are not just doing as well as they can, or as well as they have done in the past. I suppose we have quite a lot of labor from those areas who are maybe open for employment in other parts of manufacturing. Looking at labor, what do you think is the situation in Jamaica for labor and in manufacturing?
I always say I'm willing to put any of my workers against any worker from anywhere in the world if they are equally trained, equally managed, and equally compensated. I think our workers are excellent. But those three things have to be there. Management has got to play their part in training. We have got to set up training establishments. So we have HEART and we have other training institutions. We just don't have sometimes we don't have the stick-to-itiveness as people because the demand is so great out there. But I think we have smart English-speaking labor and very trainable. We see it when Jamaicans go away, they are the best workers in plants all over the world.
So looking at the special economic zone and the development of it, what opportunities do you see coming for yourself out of that? And what opportunities might there be foreign companies that might want to invest here?
Okay, so the opportunities for local companies are restricted, especially established companies. For the first 10 years, and I think we've gone 5 years now in the special economic zone. For the first 10 years, local established companies that are existing are not able to join the special economic zone. It is for new investments. So my company is not